During the PlayStation 2 era, there were the three big platformers: Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Sly Cooper. Growing up, I adored all three of these series, but when it came to choosing the best of the best, there was one series that stood head and shoulders above the rest, and that was Sly Cooper. While the other two series are both excellent in their own rights, they didn't appeal to me as much. Sly, on the other hand, really drew me into its world thanks to its amazing sense of style and gameplay. It also helped that the Sly Trilogy kept a consistent through line, with a clear beginning, middle and end, which neither Jak and Daxter nor Ratchet and Clank were able to execute so expertly. This series is very special to me, and I find myself returning to it year after year. So what makes the Sly series so special? Let's find out.
Juice! Who's got the juice?
Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus was released in 2002 for the PlayStation 2. The PAL version was released in early 2000 and had the name changed to Sly Raccoon because... This is another of those name changes that doesn't seem to have any reason to it. Developed by Sucker Punch, their initial concept for the game was to create an action title where the main character was a thief. The choice of a raccoon was a natural fit, and the franchise eventually turned into what we see today. The game, along with its two sequels, were remastered by Sanzuru Games as part of the Sly HD collection on the PlayStation 3 and Vita in 2010. This is the version I will be playing through for this retrospective, which is not ideal as it does have a few issues that were not present in the PlayStation 2 version, but I'll get more into that very soon. It's 4:20 AM Paris, France, as we see a silhouetted figure jumping and sneaking their way across the rooftops of the city. But actually, it isn't a silhouette, is it? You can clearly see that this is our main character Sly. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to play the original PS2 release. This is what the opening scene is supposed to look like, but Sanzuru Games managed to screw it up by overlighting Sly and ruining the reveal. Now, I did play through this game on the PS2, but unfortunately, my PS2 has seen a bit of wear and tear, and the cables get a bit loose. Using my engineering skills, I did duct tape the plug at the back to mitigate the flickering in the footage, but it didn't really work. I didn't want to give you all seizures, so we'll be playing through the HD collection. Okay, rant over for now. Sly finally lands atop the roof of the police headquarters, where we seamlessly transition into the game's title screen. This game achieves something very few games do. It includes the title screen straight into the game. When you begin a new game, you will start where Sly is standing on the title screen. This is a fantastic effect, and it's a shame that not more games implement it. Most games are like, here's a dull title screen, pick the option you want and move on. Of course, this effect is lost when loading into a save, but first impressions are crucial, and Sly delivers. But why exactly are we here at 4 AM? The reason Sly is here is to steal his Interpol file. With the assistance of his accomplice and friend Bentley, we know that it has been held in a safe at the police headquarters. This level serves as a brief tutorial and helps the player become familiar with Sly's moveset. Sly is a 3D platformer, containing a number of the genre's typical gameplay features. He can jump, double jump, and uses cane to attack. A unique mechanic to this game is the various skills Sly will be learning throughout his journey that can be performed when you see these blue sparkles. These are called stealth auras and are context-sensitive actions that can be performed with the circle button. The circle button is essentially do everything button. The auras are found everywhere and help to lead a player through the levels. Since Sly is a relatively young thief, he doesn't know many thieving abilities just yet, so for now we will only be able to shimmy across narrow ledges. Breaking open the vent and avoiding the lasers, we make it into the station and Bentley directs us to Carmelita's office. Bentley contacts us with the code to open the safe. When input correctly, the safe opens and Sly takes the files and prepares to make a quick getaway, but not before leaving his signature calling card. Unfortunately, our smooth escape gets interrupted by Inspector Carmelita Matoya Fox.
You foolish raccoon! I've caught you red-handed.
Ah, Carmelita.
I haven't seen you since I gave you the slip in Bombay.
I'm sorry, am I sensing some history here?
She will be appearing throughout the adventure trying to apprehend Sly, and her tactics for doing so may seem a little heavy-handed as she begins firing upon us. Apparently this is just a paralyzing pistol though. No, it actually is. We just need to jump over the patrol cars to make it to the van where Bentley and Murray are waiting for us. And that is the end of the prologue. It does a great job of introducing the basics of the gameplay in an entertaining way. Yes, it does suffer a bit with telling not showing when teaching the mechanics, but these segments are short and are followed up with plenty of gameplay to drill in what has been taught. Sly was born into a lineage of master thieves, the Coopers. Coopers steal only from those undeserving of what they possess, due to underhanded dealings or more sinister arrangements. A pervasive code of honor binds each Cooper, as the general ethos of a Cooper heist is to deprive the real criminals of their possessions. There is no honor, no challenge, no fun in stealing from ordinary people. And also it's more child friendly.
Think of the children.
Gotta get that E rating. At the age of 8, he was to follow in their footsteps and inherit their legacy, a book called the Thievius Raccoonus. On the night Sly was to inherit the book, a mysterious gang of criminals known as the Fiendish Five infiltrated the Cooper home. Try as he might, Connor failed to defend himself, his wife and his son from the gang, resulting in the death of both parents. The Fiendish Five ransacked the house in search of the Thievius Raccoonus as Sly watched helplessly from the closet. Once the villains found the book, they tore it into 5 parts before leaving. Sly, now an orphan, was placed in an orphanage, where he met his now lifelong friends Bentley and Murray. Together they formed the Cooper Gang. 10 years after the Fiendish Five stole the Thievius Raccoonus, Sly and the gang embark on a quest to steal back his inheritance and avenge his parents' deaths. The first Fiendish Five we will be going after is Sir Rowley the Frog. Bored with a life of wealth and privilege, he developed an interest in piracy. It was then that Rowley's criminal mind began to blossom. His skill in building machines led him to his recruitment as the chief machinist of the Fiendish Five. After the attack on Connor Cooper's home, Rowley escaped with the notes of Ryoichi Cooper. Eventually, he had established himself near the Isles of Wrath and constructed a blimp-like storm machine that perpetually generated harsh rain and winds. He utilized the storm machine to sink passing ships, which he could then plunder loot from.
Sly Cooper in Tide of Terror!
Sly must sneak into the villain's hideout at the start of each episode. After completing this level, we will enter a type of hub world. The hub world is divided into 2 distinct portions. The first part of the hub contains access points to around half of the levels in the hub area. After completing a set number of levels, the second section of the hub world is opened. These huge green warp gates mark the access points to a level. They aren't actually warp gates though, but rather holograms that Bentley is projecting to assist Sly in navigating the hideouts. The standard level layouts are a linear route that you must platform your way through to reach a key. You will be returned to the hub world area as soon as Sly smashes open the capsule containing the key. In terms of layout, the levels are similar to those in Crash Bandicoot. Sly's levels, on the other hand, are far more vertical and geared towards exploration, since there are hidden clue bottles throughout the levels. It's also worth noting that this game's camera performs impressively well for an early 3D platformer. The linear aspect of the level design allows the camera to do things like automatically pan around to show you where you're going next. The camera can be manually shifted to left or right. To be honest, I never realised that you couldn't adjust the camera up or down, because you never need to. The camera does an excellent job of following the action. Collecting the clue bottles is optional, but if you locate all of them inside a level, Bentley will be able to decipher the clues and provide you with a code to enter the safe. They usually contain pages ripped from the Thievius Raccoonus. Sly will learn new techniques from these pages. Some are significantly more useful than others. One of the first thief techniques you can acquire is the roll, which is quite useful for moving around a level quickly. Then there is the slow motion jump, which serves no purpose other than to look cool, I guess.
Matrix!
Sly must be in mid-air before it can be activated. I think it's supposed to be used to help you correct jumps, but it's not worth having it equipped for that. You can only equip one thief technique at a time. and you can simply switch between them by pressing the R2 and L2 triggers. Every episode will include one save that contains the blueprints for the levels, when using the Binocucom, which are like high-tech binoculars. It will highlight breakable objects as well as clue bottles, making them easier to find. I really enjoy exploring the levels looking for these clue bottles. They aren't particularly well hidden, but it can be frustrating to find the last one you missed. While the rewards for finding them all aren't always great, the act of finding them all in a level is satisfying. And if you don't want to collect them, you don't have to. It's completely optional, if you don't care about 100%ing the game. Sir Raleigh's hideout has 7 levels in total. There are 4 levels in the first section of the hub area, with just 3 required to move to the second half of the hub, meaning if you're having trouble with one of the levels, you can skip it and still be able to progress.
This is a lie.
Except not really, because in order to reach Raleigh's blimp, you need 7 keys and there are only 7 levels in the hideout. So you can't really skip levels, the game just tricks you into thinking that you can. Taking all 7 keys to this cannon, Sly will jump in and will be fired up to Raleigh's blimp. Seems safe. So stealthy, just smashes his way through the window.
I hate unexpected guests.
Listen, Raleigh, wipe up my family and steal what's mine? You'd better expect company.
Raleigh will balloon up and try to crush Sly. A ring of floating platforms surrounds an elevated central platform in the arena. We have to hop around the floating platforms while Raleigh chases us. Raleigh is invincible until he reverts back to his normal size, at which point we must attack him immediately. Because the window for hitting him is so short, you want to be as near to him as possible without being squished. If you miss, Raleigh repeats his attack. If you hit him quickly enough, he will lose some health and go to the next phase of the fight. For the second phase, all the platforms Sly isn't standing on drop into the water. Raleigh will try to crush Sly once more. Simply run in a circle around him till he shrinks and then smack him. In the third phase, every platform Raleigh jumps on sinks, and in the fourth and final phase, every platform except the one Sly is standing on sinks again. Raleigh will jump down, lash out his tongue and start spinning. Simply jump over his tongue and finish him off.
Well, gloat all you want, Sly Cooper. You're no match for Mugshot, my villainous cohort in Utah.
Following Raleigh's defeat, Sly reclaims the Thievius Raccoonus page and begins looting Ryle Richie Cooper's ninja-spired jump. Sly flees before Carmelita Fox arrives and arrests Raleigh. Before returning to their hideout to plan their next heist, the Cooper gang takes a little break. Once you've unlocked the episodes, you can access them in the hideout. You can re-watch the cinematics by speaking with Bentley. When you return to an episode where you have already finished levels, you can choose which level to load into by picking it on the map. The hideout will be adorned with treasures stolen from the villains once the episode is completed. It's a fantastic visual detail, and they didn't really need to do it, but they did, and I like it. Mugshot is the second member of the Fiendish Five that we'll be going after. Mugshot is a massive American bulldog. When he was young, larger dogs bullied him because he was the runt. He found comfort in mobster films and admired the fierce, ruthless gangsters. Inspired, he started to work out and lift weights to be like them. He eventually took revenge on his tormentors and became a well-known enforcer and gunman, getting recruited by the Fiendish Five and taking part in the raid that killed Sly's mother and father. Mugshot took Tennessee Kid Cooper's notes on the raccoon rail walk and rail slide from the Thievius Raccoonus. After the Fiendish Five disbanded, he took over Mesa City, Utah, where he built a casino and drove out most of the population.
Sly Cooper in Sunset Snake Eyes.
Platformers live or die on how well characters control and how it feels to control them. And thankfully, Sly delivers on that front. Even though the controls are simple, they feel amazing when traversing through the levels. Sly is an extremely agile individual, quick on his feet and with his cane. Climbing, jumping and swinging come naturally. Because he is so light on his feet, you may be wondering if he feels a bit floaty to control. But I am pleased to report that this is not the case. Sly can land softly from any height and use short hops to remedy any misjudged jumps. Landing on platforms is a breeze thanks to his mid-air controls. The platforming challenges are carefully tailored to Sly's moveset. The great controls make it really easy to get into the rhythm of a level. It's just so satisfying to see Sly maneuver so smoothly through a long platforming section. You really start to feel like a master thief, even if you're just using Sly's basic moveset. Now, Sly is not a stealth game. It is an action platformer, but the stages and enemy placement are designed around making you feel like you're being stealthy without having to actually be stealthy, if that makes sense.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
The game throws a few stealth situations at you, like hiding in a barrel to get past obstacles, avoiding laser beams, spotlights and alarmed floor panels. If you set off the alarm once, the lasers will turn red, and if you set it off again, well... The most challenging aspect of the game is that Sly usually dies after only one hit. Sly will get an extra hit if he picks up a lucky horseshoe. Picking up 2 will transform it into a golden horseshoe, earning him another hit point. Another way to obtain horseshoes is to collect 100 coins. One hit deaths can be a little frustrating in a few of the game's more difficult portions, but having a health meter would have made the game a little bit too easy, I think. You will receive an extra life if you already have a golden horseshoe and collect 100 coins. Yes, Sly 1 does use a live system. There are checkpoints located throughout the levels. If you die, you'll be returned to the checkpoint. If you don't have any lives remaining, you must restart the stage. Lives can also be found by exploring levels, but they look really dumb, in my opinion. It's Sly's decapitated head spinning around. It just looks so out of place. I don't know. I just feel like they could have come up with something less morbid or more morbid. The game gives you plenty of lives, so you most likely won't need to worry about getting a game over. The game is also quite generous with horseshoes too. If you die in a stage enough times, the game will give you one for free.
What do I owe you? Nothing. It's for free. Free?
It is possible to slip past guards without fighting. It's rather simple to sneak up behind guards and dispatch them, so you'll only be noticed if you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Almost all of the enemies in the game can be defeated with a single swing of Sly's cane. It makes no difference where you hit them, but my mindset while playing this game always makes me want to jump behind them and bash them on the back of their skulls. In Mesa City, we play the first level that features Murray, who is by far the least developed character in the Cooper game. For this game anyway. Murray is a bit of a Sly fanboy, which gets him into sticky situations that we must help him out of. In Sly 1, he lacks confidence, but this will change as the series progresses. He doesn't get much development in this game as the first entry is so focused on our primary protagonist Sly. Given the game's short length, this is undoubtedly the right choice. It's also in Mesa City when we once again run into Carmelita Fox. Within these levels, we must make it to the end while Carmelita attempts to shoot us with her paralyzing pistol. Inspector Carmelita Montoya Fox is an Interpol agent who is almost always on the trail of the Cooper gang. Carmelita has a very black and white view on crime, believing that any lawbreaker must be brought to justice. Sly and Carmelita have a bit of a love-hate relationship.
Freeze, Raccoon!
How can I freeze when my heart warms at the very sight of you?
Though in a light-hearted manner.
Shut up, Ringtail!
At least on Sly's part. Not sure about her. The two of them first met while Carmelita was patrolling the roof of the Parisian Opera House and protecting the Diva Diamond, a jewel owned by the opera singer Pachyderma Tuscany. I don't know how to say it. Pachyderma Tuscany. I hope that's right. I don't think that is though. Carmelita discovered Sly staring at a map and looking out over the city. Assuming the worst, she summoned several guards who caught him. He eventually got away and Carmelita was blamed for allowing him to do so. She hurried off in search of the thief, furious that he had made her appear like a fool in front of her boss. Backstage, she looked for any sign of the raccoon. She heard a commotion around the corner while investigating, but when she looked around, there was no one there. On the opera's stage, Pachyderma was I don't think that's right. Pachyderma was wailing over the fact that the Diva Diamond was stolen. Out of nowhere, a man fell from the air above them. He had been tied up, suspended by a rope, and had a paper bag over his head. Carmelita removed the bag to find Paris, the stage manager, with the Diva Diamond around his neck. Carmelita discovered a calling card from Sly inside the bag. Carmelita was then promoted for securing the opera theatre, protecting the Diva Diamond, and apprehending Paris. This would be the first of many occasions that she and Sly would cross paths. Now this backstory is not told within the game, and you don't need to know this context to understand the dynamic between the two characters. I just wanted to include it because I thought it was interesting, and it's my video so I can just add in whatever bullshit I want, okay? Sly's connection with Carmelita reflects how raccoons and foxes occupy the same biological niche in the wild. Sly and Carmelita have similar roles of vigilance, but are not on the same side of the law. There is a clear distinction between the antagonists of the law and the game's true villains. Carmelita is shown as a flawed yet well-meaning character. Sucker Punch seems to have a bit of trouble with how they wanted to portray Carmelita vocally, as she is a different voice actress with every entry, and they all portray the persona in very different ways.
You foolish raccoon! I've caught you red-handed, which reminds me, you need to return the Firestone of India to its rightful owners.
I really don't need any help. Facts! Sly Cooper is right here. I caught him red-handed. Sly Cooper! After him!
Cooper? Grab him, man! You've got some serious nerve showing up in my squad room.
Don't get me wrong, her characterization and motivations remain consistent from game to game. It's just her voice and ethnicity that changes. We can confront Mugshot once we have collected all 7 keys in Mesa City.
What? My boys have been yapping about some big mysterious dude running around cracking skulls and this is it? You're the monkey wrench in my operation? Some scrawny rat with a stick! Hey, wait a second. I seen that stick before.
Maybe when my father knocked your block off with it.
Your father? Wow! You're a Cooper? You know, that Thingus Rackamagookus had a lot of nice pictures, but way too many big words.
So you don't mind just handing it over?
What, are you kidding? You break into my place, steal my stuff, trash the joint. I feel transgressed and violated. Let's rock!
The boss fight is quite simple. You don't even need to hit Mugshot once. Mirrors are strategically positioned throughout the room. Hitting the mirrors will cause them to spin around and reflect light onto the crystal. When all the mirrors are orientated correctly, the light's heat will burn Mugshot and destroy his pistols. Mugshot will try to shoot at us during the fight, but all you have to do is jump over the bullets. I genuinely do not understand the mirror motif. Like, why does Mugshot have a room in his casino filled with mirrors? Perhaps it stems from his introduction animation in which he posed in front of a mirror? I don't know. Anyway, there are multiple phases to this fight, but they all amount to the same thing, but with different arena layouts.
This is impossible! A little pipsqueak like you, beating a big, strong bruiser like me? It ain't right! You want all of that stupid picture book? You're gonna have to go down to Haiti and cross paths with Miss Ruby. And then believe you me, you don't want to be you.
Sly receives yet another page of the Thievius Raccoonus after delivering the final blow to Mugshot. Mugshot's section of the Thievius Raccoonus contained an entry from Sly's gunslinging ancestor, Tennessee Kid Cooper, whose speciality was the rail walk and rail slide, which he perfected during his long time of thievery in the Old West. Carmelita Fox went ahead and busted Mugshot after missing Sly yet again. Mugshot's gambling empire had come to an end, and the people of Mesa City had returned home. Sly and the gang spent the rest of their time in America before returning to Paris, ready to take on their next foe. Miss Ruby, the Haitian alligator voodoo guru, comes from a long line of voodoo doctors. Feared for her abilities from a young age, she found refuge in the company of the dead. A bitterness sprang out from her childhood isolation. Miss Ruby honed her skills until Clockwork hired her as the Fiendish Five's mystic specialist. She was a participant in the invasion of the Cooper home and stole Sly Tuckerman's Cooper's notes on invisibility from the Thievius Raccoonus. After that, she struck out on her own, with the intention of using her magic to get revenge on the world for fearing her as a child. She intends to gather remains in order to raise a zombie army to conquer Mexico.
Sly Cooper in Vicious Voodoo.
When we arrive in the jungle of Haiti, we must find our way into Miss Ruby's lair. There are minigame stages in addition to the conventional platforming stages. These are utilised to offer some diversity to the gameplay.
Which was the style at the time?
There are a few different ones, but most of them require Sly operating some sort of vehicle or manning a turret. The vehicle minigames mostly use the same control scheme. They are primarily twin-stick shooter segments with various objectives. This episode contains both the worst and best of them. We must run into piranhas to fuel our flamethrower and ignite all of the torches within a time limit. Yes, it's strange, and yes, it's a pain to play. It's not the controls that are annoying. These minigames all control fairly well. It's capturing the piranhas that is a pain.
Why are you running?
For the other minigame, we must shoot our way through a graveyard. I actually quite enjoy this one. I think it's mostly down to the theming of the level though. My favourite enemies in the game have always been the rat ghost and this Cubone looking guy who throws his head at you. That's the best. I love it when people throw their heads at me. The turret minigames are straightforward. You'll be protecting another character, usually Murray, to collect a key. You must use the turret to shoot the enemies before they attack your team member. Just like Sly, they can only be hit once before they die, unless they have a lucky horseshoe. The main issue I have with these segments is that the camera movement can be very disorientating, and the turret controls are inverted.
Which was the style at the time?
The races, on the other hand, are my least favourite aspects of the game. To win a key, you must race around a track as Murray and complete 3 laps in first place. The controls for the van are far too bouncy and lack weight. You can get nitro cans for a small boost, and I mean very small. Fortunately, there are only 2 of these in the game, and strangely the second one is way easier than the first one. The second one has ice all over the track, and the AI just can't handle it. They just end up spinning out and crashing. Most of the minigames are fine, but that's it. They're just fine. The worst part about them is that they take the place of the game's strongest feature, traditional platforming stages. This game leaves me wanting more. I want more platforming levels. Each platforming level has time trials that can be started by picking up the hourglass.
It's a race! It's a race! I'm winning! I'm winning!
These have stringent time constraints and are only available after collecting the key and all of the hidden clues in a level. They are required if you want to get 100%. So whether or not you enjoy the core gameplay will determine whether or not completing the time trials is worthwhile. The aesthetics are one of the most noticeable aspects of this game. This game's design has a superb sense of style, which is represented in everything from the animations to the character designs and environments. The cel shading approach has allowed this game to age exceptionally well. Despite my reservations about the HD collection, I can't deny how amazing it looks. All of the characters pop out from the backgrounds, thanks to the toon outline placed around them. Sly is heavily influenced by cartoons, although not necessarily in a juvenile way. The game masterfully walks the line between childish and mature, never crossing too far or too frequently. With the inclusion of certain animals and character designs, it is quite easy to discern what a character is about with a quick glance. Animals are frequently used as caricatures of human traits, and the game takes full advantage of this. Just looking at Sly and the way that he moves, you just get it. You know, Sly himself provides narration at the start of each episode, detailing his next scheme to recover a page of the Thievius Raccoonus. These little cutscenes have a great sense of style, but they're a little rough around the edges. While they are entertaining, they lack polish and are not as refined as those seen in the sequels. Some of the characters look very off-model. Sly, for example, wears blue gloves and boots in the game, but yellow gloves and black boots in the 2D animations. The in-game cutscenes are one of the game's least appealing parts. The lighting is just too dim and Sly's model appears to be worse than the one utilised during gameplay. However, most of the voice cast is excellent, particularly Kevin Miller as the titular Sly Cooper. The game's audio is quite good, the music being the highlight, since the tracks fit the scenarios perfectly and fade in and out depending on what you're doing. Sneaking up behind an enemy triggers a nice sound effect that adds to the action. However, Sly 1 lacks the distinctive soundtrack that has become synonymous with the series, as it was created by a different composer. The sound design is excellent, however, I must point out that the HD collection ruins it in sections. Certain sound effects are simply too loud in some spots. This was not the case in the PS2 version. Speaking of things that the HD collection screws up, let's talk about this episode's boss fight. Inside Miss Ruby's Skull Temple, we confront her.
I could feel that Cooper vibe a-coming. Most distastefully bad juju.
Yeah, well, you give me the creeps too, lady. Cooking up an army of ghosts isn't a very neighborly pastime.
She suggests we play a game of Simon Says to put our reflexes to the test. The rules are simple. We must avoid her voodoo sorcery or face a terrible zap. It is essentially a rhythm game. So if you can maintain the rhythm, you should have no trouble defeating the boss. However, this is made much more difficult in the HD collection because the music is out of sync.
Holy shit! We'll always love you! I can't believe you did this to me! God damn it! How could you do this to me?
So the music that plays to help you keep in rhythm is out of rhythm. I'm not sure how Sanrio Games messed this up so severely. They either knew about the problem but didn't know how to fix it, or they knew about it but didn't think it was important enough to fix. I can't decide which is worse. This is my favourite boss fight in the entire game, but is effectively ruined in the HD version. The best way to do it is to turn down the volume and try to keep rhythm on your own. Trust me, it's way easier that way.
You certainly got some rhythm, Raccoon.
Miss Ruby's section of the Thievius Raccoonus contained an entry from Sly's pioneering ancestor, Sly Cooper, whose invisibility technique allowed him to steal from corrupt pharaohs and greedy noblemen. Carmelita arrives and, instead of apprehending Sly, places cuffs on Miss Ruby. Her creation of the zombies, which was ruled illegal in the World Peace Accord of 71, earned her a life sentence in prison. The Kunlun Mountains in China is home to the renowned Panda King. As a kid, he wanted to join in on the New Year celebrations that the affluent nobles threw, so he brought some fireworks. He approached their wealthy aristocrats one evening in the attempt to sell them his fireworks. They rejected his ragged attire and drove him out. After being publicly shamed, he became infuriated and began using his fireworks to destroy entire towns. Because of this, he is now the Fiendish Five's official demolitions expert. He stole Otto van Cooper's portion of the Thievius Raccoonus during the raid of the Cooper residence.
Sly Cooper in. Fire in the sky.
The plot of Sly 1 is straightforward. Defeat the villains and reclaim the Thievius Raccoonus pages. Sly 1's story, on the other hand, is significantly more compelling. The terms plot and story are sometimes used interchangeably. Although some overlap exists between both terms, nevertheless there are significant distinctions between plot and story. A plot is the sequence of events within a story, a description of what happens and why it happens. A story is a comprehensive narrative. Plot is a component of a story, but so are settings, characters, themes, and other elements that influence how the events are portrayed. Sly 1 is a character-driven narrative, and learning about these characters and what they stand for is one of the game's highlights. Sly Cooper is a difficult character to portray right. He exhibits such arrogance and a casual disdain for safety precautions in so many scenarios that he would be unlikable if not balanced by the great writing of his other personality traits. He presents himself as the stereotypical suave thief, yet his inner monologues reveal a vulnerability that he hides from the public. His path of gradually regaining the Thievius Raccoonus allows his inner monologue to become more confident in his own talents, mirroring his outward cockiness. The stigma of him being a thief may lead you to think that he is a selfish character, but it is shown in many areas of the game that this is not the case. In this level, for example, he is significantly more concerned with helping the people of China than with recovering the Thievius Raccoonus pages. The remainder of the Cooper gang don't see as much attention in this first installment. Bentley is the brain of the operation and has some trepidation while approaching fieldwork, but he doesn't make much change in these areas, at least not in this game. And we've already discussed the Murray. You may have noticed a theme among the villains, and that is their backgrounds and how a lot of their motivations for being villains come from childhood trauma. Mugshot was bullied as a child, Miss Ruby was ostracized, and the Panda King was looked down on. As a result, they've decided to vent their wrath on the world through criminal means. Sorelli is kind of an outlier in this sense, more of a spoiled brat who believes he is entitled to take whatever he wants. Despite his history, Sly, who literally saw his parents slaughtered in front of him and was then dumped into an orphanage, chose to rise above it. We sometimes witness him sympathizing with the villains even when they want to kill him, since he realizes how easy it is to be consumed by hatred. This concept can also be seen in Carmelita's character. Carmelita is a cop who also happens to be a fox. Foxes have been depicted as crafty tricksters and liars in numerous cultures. Despite this, she chooses to respect and defend the law, although I'm not sure how deliberate this is. The themes of the levels that we play through encompass the villainous characters we come up against. This isn't just the ice level, jungle level or desert level. These are the hideouts of the fiendish fives, and we are the intruder. We can hear them speaking to their minions over the intercoms, and the coins we find bear their insignias. The decor featured throughout the levels is all reflective of whoever's hideout we're in. The attention to detail is superb. It's all very well crafted and adds to the character development laid forth in the episode intros. A hero is only as good as their villain, and this game delivers on both counts. As with the previous episodes, we can face the boss once we have acquired all of the keys.
I see you carry Kane of notorious Cooper thief clan. Have you come here for revenge? To steal back the Thievius Raccoonus?
That was my plan at first, but now I'm more interested in putting an end to your avalanche extortion racket.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow? You are a thief, just like me.
No, that's only half right. I am a thief from a long line of master thieves, while you're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
The Panda King is the easiest boss in the game. All you have to do is go up to him, evade his fireballs, and then start beating him with the cane repeatedly. He'll try to hit back, but his attacks are so telegraphed that they're easy to avoid. When a certain health threshold is reached, the Panda King knocks Sly back, and the cycle begins again. Actually, one time Sly got hit back and ended up hitting one of the lanterns on the ceiling, meaning I could go right back to attacking him. Among my numerous playthroughs of this game, this is the first time something like this has ever happened. After retrieving the Panda King section of the Thievius Raccoonus, Sly was able to learn about his technically minded ancestor Otto van Cooper. Otto, who was not recognised for his physical prowess, relied on vehicles to help him in his illegal activities. Sly was certain that Murray would be able to create some cool changes to the Cooper van with this designs. After failing to apprehend Sly, Inspector Carmelita Fox imprisoned the Panda King. This effectively ended his ambulance rescue service and assured the safety of the mountain villages across China. After taking a break in Hong Kong, the gang returned home to plan their next move. The gang headed to the Russia's Krasnokrov volcano to confront Clockwork. Along the way, while looking at what little information he had on Clockwork, Sly looked over the Thievius Raccoonus pages that had been recovered so far, each depicting a shadowy owl-like figure, which looked very similar to the mysterious Clockwork found in the police images.
Sly Cooper in The Cold Heart of Hate.
The final episode of Sly 1 is a bit disappointing, as it consists mainly of mini-games, but it also contains the best platforming challenge in the game. We must use the van's upgrades to shoot at the obstructions in our path. Yes, I'm terrible at this part. The inverted controls were really messing with me.
Really? That's your excuse?
When we enter the volcano, we are greeted with another mini-game, in which Murray must drive the van around a small area, collecting computers before lava monsters do. We need the computers so that Bentley may analyze the information on them and unlock the security door. We have a battering ram that we could use to knock the lava monsters away, but they will keep spawning. As a kid, I found this minigame really challenging, because I would only focus on collecting the computers as quickly as possible. However, focusing on getting rid of the lava monsters is a superior strategy to tackle this minigame. Entering the control room, which has been heavily fortified with lasers and booby trap tiles, Bentley advises Sly to leave the area, but Sly notices Carmelita locked in the chamber ahead. Sly insists on rescuing her, but Bentley informs him that this is most likely a trap, but Sly is determined to save her. Watching the banter between Sly and Carmelita throughout the game, it wasn't clear whether Sly was being genuine in what he was saying or not, but in this moment it becomes clear that he truly cares for Carmelita. After entering the chamber, it's revealed that Bentley was correct, and it was a trap. Clockwork then appears on the chamber's screens, taunting Sly for his sentimental feelings for Carmelita, and claiming that empathy has always been the Cooper clan's undoing. Bentley acts quickly by hacking furiously to prevent the gas from killing Sly and Carmelita. We witness Bentley's confidence improve as a result of this hacking sequence, which, while slight, represents some character development. The hacking game itself is underwhelming. All we have to do is avoid getting hit while collecting the yellow keys, so basically nothing like real hacking. When successful, the gas is shut off and Sly and Carmelita are able to escape. Carmelita was surprised after escaping the lethal gas chamber as to why Sly did not leave her trapped in Clockwork's clutches, despite the fact that she is his enemy. Sly clarified that despite being on opposing sides of the law, they are not enemies. Carmelita and Sly agreed that Clockwork was the actual enemy and that they should work together to bring him down. So they agree to a temporary truce. A robot falcon swoops down and snatches Sly's cane. Carmelita was able to shoot the falcon, but the cane landed on top of Clockwork's factory.
Wait, I need that cane. It's been in my family for generations.
Don't worry, Ringtail. I'll cover you while you get it back. If you can, make your way to the top of the death ray. I stashed my jetpack there before Clockwork nabbed me.
Now that we're a team and all, I hate to leave your side.
Hold on. This truce is only temporary. Once we beat Clockwork, I'm coming after you.
Really?
Well, maybe I'll give you a 10-second head start.
As Carmelita, we must protect Sly from the lava monsters as he runs to recover his cane. Despite my disappointment with the last episode's emphasis on minigames, it does a great job of giving each of the characters a chance to contribute to the final heist. After Sly recovers his cane, he ventures to the death ray to retrieve Carmelita's jetpack. This is the platforming section I mentioned earlier. It's a race against time as the lava rises. You must complete the traversal not just accurately but also swiftly. Definitely the hardest platforming segment, but also the best. It's a fantastic sequence that leads us to the final boss. The main antagonist and Sly Cooper's arch nemesis, Clockwork, is a massive Russian Eurasian eagle owl. Clockwork, an old enemy of the Coopers, killed Connor Cooper and vowed to wipe out Sly Cooper's family forever. As a result of his fixation, he gradually began to replace his natural body parts with robotic ones, eventually mechanizing his entire frame. When paired with his contempt and hatred for the Cooper clan, this essentially granted him immortality. Clockwork and the Fiendish Five ambushed Connor and killed him 10 years before the events of the first game, with the intention of taking the Thievius Raccoonus. Knowing that Sly existed, Clockwork chose to spare his life in an effort to demonstrate that the Cooper clan is useless without their book. Clockwork is an unsettling villain, his voice and design exuding the hatred expressed by the storyline.
Revenge is the prime ingredient in the fountain of youth. I've kept myself alive for hundreds of years with a steady diet of jealousy and hate, awaiting the day when I would finally eclipse your family's thieving reputation.
The boss fight itself is a bit meh. Using the jetpack to shoot at the weak points revealed by Carmelita, this phase of the fight doesn't really play to the game's strengths. Thankfully, the final phase of the fight does, as it is a hectic platforming section following Clockwork's crash into the lava. Dropping down to confront Clockwork before his auto-reconstruction circuitry kicks in Clockwork's final moments, he tells Sly that he would never be rid of him, and that he is superior. Sly smacks his head with his cane, decapitating him. After some tricky maneuvering, Sly manages to receive Clockwork's piece of the Thievius Raccoonus, but Carmelita catches up to Sly before he can celebrate.
I thought for sure she was gonna slap the handcuffs on me right then and there. But instead, she was true to her word and gave me that 10-second head start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I felt bad leaving her stranded on that giant rock, but I knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see each other again.
Sly 1 is all about Sly trying to live up to his family's reputation as a line of master thieves. But unlike his ancestors, Sly had to earn the Thievius Raccoonus, making Sly realize that the Thievius Raccoonus does not create great thieves, but great thieves create the Thievius Raccoonus. Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus is a game that is greater than the sum of its parts. The platforming mechanics are extremely fun, and paired with how well Sly controls, the platforming levels are an absolute joy to play through. But there just isn't enough of it. While the mini games do add variety to the gameplay, they just aren't as fun as the standard levels, leaving me wanting more. Over 2 decades after its release, Sly 1 still looks great, and its emphasis on developing Sly as a character laid the groundwork for the series' progression into increasingly complex narratives. Although Sly 1 was a bit overshadowed by the other big 2 platformers released around the same time, Sly was very well received by those who played it. With its fantastic sense of style, fluid gameplay, and intriguing characters, it was exciting to see where its sequel would take it, and holy crap, it would not disappoint. For anyone familiar with the Sly franchise, it's no secret that many consider Sly 2 Band of Thieves to be the best in the series, and for me personally, it is one of my favourite PS2 games of all time. Now let's dive into what makes Sly 2 so great, and damn anyone who disagrees with me.
Juice! Who's got the juice?
Sly 2 Band of Thieves was released on the PlayStation 2 in 2004. Now this is a bit of a tangent, but for the longest time I thought the game was called Sly 2 A Band of Thieves. I think my child brain interpreted the little Sly logo as being an R. I meant to say A. Am I stupid? In 2010 it was re-released as part of the HD collection on the PS3 and Vita, which was developed by Sanjaroo Games, who did a baby up job. I was going to say bang up, not baby up. The script is going so well. Which was developed by Sanjaroo Games, who did a bang up job. This is the version we will be playing through in this retrospective, for the reason I explained in my Sly 1 video. For a short summary as to why, it involved pink duct tape. Right from the opening scene, we can immediately see the change of focus for this entry. Instead of Sly commencing the break-in on his own, he is accompanied by 2 companions. Sly is lowered down by a rope into the Museum of Natural History in Cairo, Egypt. Once again, the title screen is integrated into the gameplay. Sly will keep circling the room until you press start. Bentley will contact us through the binocular, and there is a significant improvement to the character interactions. It's less gamey sounding, for lack of a better word. Sly and Bentley talk more like a couple of good friends, rather than co-workers like in the opening of the first game.
This is Peking Duck. I hear you, Blizzard.
No, Sly, I'm the wizard, and you're sitting duck.
I read you loud and clear, Lizard.
No, I'm... Forget it, you're not taking this seriously.
Sly's movement has changed somewhat. Instead of running when holding the analog stick forward, Sly will not break out into a sprint, but instead will lightly sneak forward. In order to sprint, you must hold down the R1 button. This change in control scheme works really well with the increased emphasis on stealth. Jumping up onto the balcony will let Bentley in, who nervously hacks into the museum's security, opening the way for us to continue through the premises. We make it to the exterior, where we get to use the rail run skill learned from the Thievius Raccoonus. We just have to use the circle button, the do everything button. Sly has retained all of his skills from the last game. Well, the most useful ones anyway. There is no slow motion or hat bombs, but honestly you don't miss them. The levels aren't designed with them in mind anyway. Blocked by a barred door, we are met by the third and final member of the Cooper Gang.
Thunderflop!
The Murray. Murray is portrayed quite differently than that in the first game. In Sly 1, he desperately wants to be like Sly, but is extremely overzealous. Gaining some confidence, he is now the brawn of the operations, and complements both Sly and Bentley well. Why exactly are the Cooper Gang here? Well, they are here to steal the clockwork parts before the mechanical owl clockwork can be reconstructed. Sly enters the room where the parts should be stored, but it is then ambushed by Constable Neela and Inspector Carmelita Fox, who believes that the Cooper Gang stole the parts, but Neela isn't so sure, stating that it looks more like a Claw Gang job. With Neela distracting Carmelita, Sly and the gang make a break for it. The gang was able to avoid capture by Carmelita once they boarded the team van.
I'll find you, Cooper!
Clockwork. He was consumed with jealousy for the Cooper Gang's thieving reputation. Is it inappropriate to refer to him as a monster? No, not at all. What kind of person stays alive for hundreds of years with the express intention of wiping out a rival family's line? Imagine the hatred fueling that first decision to replace his mortal body with soulless machinery. Ultimately, it did the trick. Clockwork lived on. He caught up with Sly's parents and he wound up in an orphanage. It's there that he met his friends Bentley, the brains of the outfit, and Murray, the brawn. They turned out to be all the family he needed. 2 years ago, Sly thought he'd finished it. How naive to think that he could so easily put an end to that kind of hatred. And now Clockwork's back. In pieces, sure, but the threat is real. Does the Claw Gang even realize what they've stolen? Sly doesn't know what's in his future, but he won't let it be a repeat of his past. The art style of the narrative cutscenes has changed. With bold outlines around the characters, they stand out from the lovely background art. The last game's style, while impressive, was a little muddled. This game's style is much cleaner. The animation is more consistent, with sticking to a moving comic book, but the characters are occasionally off-model. But it's difficult not to enjoy these scenes, which transition the game from one beautiful world to the next and further develop the plot. Like the first game, Sly 2 is divided into episodes. Instead of returning to the gang's hideout after each episode, we are brought back to this menu. It may be considered a step down from the previous installment, but this is more than compensated for by the incredible graphic design and iconic music. The music in Sly 2 is fantastic and sets the tone for the entire series, despite the fact that the soundtrack for Sly 1 is quite different from the soundtracks for 2 and 3. As you progress through the story, the track that plays during the episode select menu will change, with the addition of new instruments to the track. Peter McConnell composed the soundtrack for Sly 2 Band of Thieves. The tracks that play within the levels complement the look and feel of their environments and have some real bangers, with my personal favourite being the theme to the episode 1's main villain.
Show your bling and let me shine you.
Sly had to call in a few favours to get the goods on the Claw Gang's local operator, Dimitri, a sort of underworld celebrity equally at home in high-class art circles and shady back-alley crimes. He was once a passionate young art student who worked hard to develop his own visionary style. Unfortunately, the art world wasn't quite ready for his kinetic aesthetic, so he gave them what they wanted and started forging old masterpieces, his way of punishing those with bad taste. Dimitri now runs a nightclub on the west side. The thumping music, colourful light shows, and a hint of danger lure in chic young patrons from far and wide. And it's here, hidden somewhere, where we'll find the clockwork tail feathers. What Dimitri plans to do with these clockwork parts is unknown, but those plans end tonight.
Sly Cooper and the gang in Le Chateau Negre.
French for black.
Nar. Oh, you're right.
The first episode takes place in Sly's home turf, Paris. The structure of Sly 2 is quite a bit different than that of the first game. Each episode has its own hub world, but this time around the hub worlds are far more expansive. Instead of them merely being a means to enter linear levels, some missions will also take place within the hub world itself. It is a much more connected world. The exteriors on the outside actually match up with the interiors. For example, this here is the entrance to the second level of a building, and guess what? When you enter through the door, it actually takes you to the second level of the building. So instead of feeling like you're being teleported to a different area, you are scouting out an actual place within the world. This new approach to the level layouts also affects the structure of the missions, or jobs as they are called in this game. In Sly 1, the platforming levels were quite linear, with the ultimate goal of reaching the end and collecting a key. This is very different in Sly 2. Each episode has a set of jobs that all lead up to a heist to obtain the clockwork parts. This setup works wonders for making each mission feel important, as it is all building up to the final act of the episodes. When you finish a job, an awesome animation with the character signing off plays. I especially like the one for Sly. Unfortunately, there is no way to replay jobs. Now this has nothing to do with jobs, but in the pause menu, there are portraits of the main characters, and for some reason Carmelita's portrait is her beta design. I just thought it was strange that they didn't update it, because it's not like you never see the screen, like you constantly see it when you pause. I don't know. I thought it was weird that they left it. It seems like a mistake. Our first task is to gather some more information about Dimitri and his operations. To start a mission, you will need to get to the mission start location via the hub world. The mission waypoints are displayed as beams in the sky when pressing the L3 button or looking through the binocular. As Sly, we break into the nightclub to take reconnaissance photos of Dimitri's operation. We sneak in through the wine cellar with the help of Murray, who is a lot more proficient at taking out the guards. Murray opens up some iron bars so we can jump through. We continue our way, avoiding some lasers, sneaking past the guards and crawling through the vents to reach the manufacturing room. Using the binocular, we can take photos. You have to make sure that the subject is in focus for it to count. You can zoom in and out using the analog stick to get a better shot. Just a warning to everyone, the camera controls are inverted.
Which was the style at the time?
You can change this in the settings, so it's all good. We snap a picture of the generator, Dimitri, and the clockwork tail feathers. It looks as though he has modified the tail feathers into printing plates. With their unique metal alloy, Dimitri is able to print an endless supply of counterfeit money. Sly returns to the safe house so he and the gang could formulate a plan. The safe house, also known as the hideout, is the base of operations for the Cooper gang. The location of it changes depending on the episode. There is a table where Bentley, Sly and Murray sit. A laptop next to Bentley gives us access to ThiefNet, where we can buy power-ups and sell loot or treasures. There are also various items around the safe house, often including some form of speaker to relay audio from the villain of the area.
I hear there's some raccoon dude giving us static. If y'all spot this crackerbox, bam! Make him unhappy.
The safe house is marked with a big yellow S after pinging the waypoint when out in the hub world. The safe house also allows you to switch between the three characters. I love how they all have different reactions when you go to select them. Sly looks really confident, Murray is very eager, and Bentley looks very nervous. It's just another way that the game reinforces the characters' personalities. One of the issues when switching between characters for missions is that there is no indication in the safe house that tells you who still has a job to complete. The only way to check is to leave the safe house and ping the waypoints or look through the binocular. That also brings up another thing I don't like, and that is the fact that you have to be the correct character just to start a job. It would be better if you could just approach the mission start point as any character and the game would just switch them for you. I mean, they do it mid-mission, why couldn't it be done at the start? I guess the way it is does give you a reason to play the hub world other than Sly, but the hub worlds are more tailored to Sly's moveset, so it can be a bit cumbersome to get around as Bentley and Murray. They needed to add in more jump pads or something, because some places can be a real pain in the ass to reach. They both can shimmy along ledges though, with really cute animations. 10 out of 10. After evaluating the reconnaissance photos we took, Bentley realizes that he needs more information on Dimitri's operations before he can proceed with a solid plan for the gang to steal the tail feathers. Bentley decides that bugging Dimitri's office would be a perfect way to gather intel. Taking a forged painting that has a bug attached to it, we sneak our way into Dimitri's office, swapping it out with the real one. We will now be able to hear in on his conversations. By returning to the safe house with the original painting without taking damage, we can sell it on ThiefNet for a lot of coins. Next, we tail Dimitri, making sure not to be spotted by him or his guards. He eventually reaches a door and unlocks it by entering a code. With Sly watching, we are able to get the code to open the door to the nightclub's aqua pump. This is the first time we take control of Murray, and all we need to do is get to the water pump room and destroy it by throwing rats into it.
That's cold.
Destroying the water pump will force Dimitri to route water from the water tower that stands outside, which is an integral part of Bentley's plan. In between completing jobs, Bentley will construct a slideshow for the team, using the recon photos taken of the area. During these slideshows, information about the episode's villain is dished out, and also info about up and coming jobs. It's a great way to reinforce why we are doing each job, as well as make it feel like the information you are gathering is actually being used in planning of these heists. The gang pull off a few more jobs, such as disabling security around town and in the printing press room to avoid any complications during the heist. While exploring the rooftops, Sly encounters Constable Neela. She explains that she led him there, revealing that the slip of the tongue she gave in Cairo was an intentional clue. Neela claimed that she was not as black and white as Inspector Fox, that she knew what a menace the Clockwork parts were, and that she would need Sly's help to get them away from the Claw Gang. We then have to follow Neela through the streets. Neela is way too easy to keep up with, and can sometimes cause her to glitch out a bit. She leads us to the back door of Dimitri's nightclub and gives Sly the key, claiming that she couldn't enter without a warrant, but that Sly's gang was not held to such standards. Using the key, Bentley nervously enters the nightclub. Using his bombs, we have to blow up the 4 pillars around the room to drop a disco ball in order to loosen the nightclub's peacock sign. A really cool aspect of this level is that you can actually see into Dimitri's office that looks over the dance floor. This design approach is used all over the game. Everything is connected.
In the great circle of life.
With all pillars destroyed, the ball crashes to the ground and the peacock sign becomes successfully loosened from its moorings. With all of the prep completed, the gang is ready to pull off Operation Thunderbeak. Heists are definitely the highlight of each episode. Everything we have been doing throughout the episode has built up to this. The gang will seamlessly swap between characters. While this does happen occasionally during other missions, it's not to the same extent as in heists. Because we are now able to play all 3 members of the gang, we get to see and play through every perspective of the mission. As Bentley, we head to the water tower and have Murray throw us up to it. There is a very easy puzzle to redirect the water from the fountain, which causes Dimitri to send out a repairman. While the repairman is making his way to the truck, as Sly we pickpocket the keys. Sly hands off the keys to Bentley and Murray, who drive the truck to the fountain. Climbing to the top of the peacock sign, Sly grabs the hook from the truck. Guards start attacking the truck, so we must fight them off before pulling down the peacock sign, smashing the fountain and creating a hole that leads directly into the printing press room.
God! Saw Raccoonus do this. Like totally bumming my house up and bringing me down. So very uncool. Why can't you let birds and bees be free, bro?
Dimitri is such a memorable villain. He's not really sinister in any way, and when you're lurking around his nightclub, you get the sense that he actually treats his henchmen quite well. The way he talks is unforgettable. English is not his first language, and he learnt it by listening to music videos and mimicking their speech. And his theme music is just so good and plays throughout the nightclub. Dimitri not only uses his nightclub to cover up his forgery scheme, but additionally he has been using it to distribute illegal spice to the population.
You think you can swing the bat? Show your bling and let me shine.
I have no idea what you're saying. And your suit sucks.
Being the game's first boss, Dimitri isn't too difficult. He will fire a beam of something at you, and you avoid them by hiding behind pillars. His attack has a cooldown period, and this is when you take the opportunity to smack him.
Coming for you! Coming for you! We know what you're doing!
Just rinse and repeat until his health bar is depleted.
You take clockwork, fellas, and my counterfeit in operation. It's past tense.
I'm doing you a favor. What kind of thief prints money? There's no honor in that.
You... crackerbox!
The gang had done it. The clockwork tail feathers were theirs, and Dimitri's counterfeiting operation was ruined. Due to the untimely arrival of Carmelita, the escape got a little tricky. Angry at having just missed Sly, she took it out on Dimitri, shutting down the nightclub and throwing the frustrated forger behind bars. The gang headed out of town for a week in Monaco. Bentley wanted to try out his new card counting formula, and Sly figured the team had earned themselves a well-deserved break. Another clockwork part has surfaced in India, so the gang loaded up the van and zeroed in on their next target, a mysterious spice lord known as Rajan. A self-made man who grew up poor on the streets of Calcutta, he started his life of crime selling illegal spices in the black market, eventually growing his small outfit into a sizable operation and earning himself a seat in the prestigious Claw Gang. He's since crowned himself Lord of the Hills, and while he goes to great lengths to convince others of his royalty, it's mostly to convince himself. True to form, he's holding a lavish ball in his newly purchased ancestral palace. The reason? To show off his latest acquisition, the clockwork wings, the symbol of Sly's enemy. If you saw the wings silhouetted against the night sky, it was already too late for you, especially if your name was Cooper. Rajan believes displaying the wings will bring him prestige, and maybe they will, but they're also bringing the Cooper gang.
Sly Cooper and the gang in a starry-eyed encounter.
Our first mission is to conduct reconnaissance in the ballroom. Rajan has increased security and closed the drawbridge, so Sly is the only one who can enter the palace grounds at the moment. Sly's abilities are primarily focused on stealth and acrobatics, with some combat skills thrown in for good measure. Sly's main weapon is his family's cane, which he uses not only to attack enemies but also to traverse the environment, such as swinging from hooks and climbing up ice walls. He has mastered every skill detailed in the Thievius Raccoonus, such as balancing on top of sharp points, rope and pole climbing, and wire running. He is the most agile of the group and the most enjoyable to control when exploring. The hub worlds are clearly designed around Sly's moveset, and these areas become a playground for you to leap and bound your way through. It's a lot of fun just to travel between mission points. We can enter the ballroom by climbing up the tree branches and entering through the balcony on the second floor. We photograph Rajan as well as the clockwork wings and an electric winch located above the wings. We also take advantage of the opportunity to photograph the guests. The rest of the Claw Gang has arrived, as have undercover cops, the Contessa, Carmelita and Neela. With the recon completed, the gang must find a way to steal the wings without drawing attention to themselves in the ballroom. That means we have to devise a distraction. But before that, we need to open the drawbridge and let the rest of the gang in. To lower the bridge, we must steal the keys from the guards. Sly can pickpocket guards while sneaking behind them by getting close enough and pressing the circle button. Sly will reach into the pockets and steal their coins with his cane. If a guard's pocket has a glittering gold aura, it indicates that they have a valuable item that you can steal. These items can be held by both small and large guards, but the larger guards will usually have the more valuable ones. These items can be sold for coins on the thief net. These are not the only valuables you can sell. Larger valuables can be found throughout the hub worlds. You must return to the safe house without taking any damage when you pick up these items. Some will also have timers, so you must arrive before the timer runs out. These items are extremely valuable, and there are only a limited number of them available per episode. Selling items on the thief net is by far the most effective way to amass a large number of coins. After being denied entry into the ballroom due to a lack of formal dress wear, we proceed to the guest house, where we must search every room for a tuxedo. The fluid controls and animation give Sly weight while keeping him light on his feet. He can land softly from any height and change his trajectory while in midair. When sneaking around, you can control how slowly Sly steps by moving the analog stick in a specific direction. When approaching an enemy, he will lean low to the ground and take small light steps as he gets closer and closer to the enemy. This was present in the first game as well, but has been vastly improved here thanks to the new movement controls and animations. We arrive at the ball dressed to the nines. Sly has decided to create a distraction by dancing, but first we must find a dance partner. Sly emerges onto the dance floor and approaches Neela, who sees past his disguise. He requests a dance, which she graciously accepts. First, a set of buttons will appear on the screen. When prompted, press the same buttons at their appropriate times to create a captivating display. This is my favourite Sly minigame of all time. Yes, it's simple, but the way it's presented creates an unforgettable gaming experience. This minigame makes you long for the ability to replay missions. I shit you not. As a kid, I had a save right before this mission, so I could just reload it and play it over and over again. Partway through their dance, Neela asks Sly if he's just using her to get a dance with Carmelita, to which he admits. Thankfully, Neela doesn't mind.
Thank you. That was delightful.
Thank you, Constable Neela. After all, it takes two to tango.
Following Sly and Neela's performance, Carmelita approaches, not recognizing Sly, and Sly offers her a dance for later, which she accepts. With the distraction sorted, Murray uses the turret to bring down Rajan's patrol helicopter. The turret sections in this game have extremely sensitive controls, but I believe this is a problem with the HD collection because I don't remember them being this finicky in the PS2 version. It's almost like the controller is too good for the controls, if that makes any sense.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
It will be easier to move around undetected now that the helicopter is down. The gang then breaks into the palace's control room, so Bentley can hack into the system and take control of the electronic winch. We must protect Bentley from the guards and keep his health from dropping to 0. The first game's Lucky Charm system has been removed and replaced with a health meter. Each character now has a health bar called the Thief meter. Every time you're attacked by an enemy or come into contact with a hazard such as water, fire or electricity, your health is reduced. If you fall into water or another similar hazard, you will lose some of your health and be returned to the last place you touched the ground. If you lose all of your health, you will respawn from a checkpoint, and any jobs you are working on will have to be restarted. Collecting health pickups dropped by defeated enemies or broken objects will replenish the meter. This change in the health system works well with the game's new structure. There are a lot more guards patrolling around, and they're a lot harder to take out, especially if you're playing as Bentley or Sly. Now that everything is in place, it's time to launch Operation Hippo Drop. Bentley uses explosives to destroy the bridge to the guest house, preventing reinforcements and forcing the guards in the ballroom to leave their posts. With the ballroom guards gone to investigate the bridge's destruction, Sly dances with Carmelita.
Miss Fox, I believe you owe me a dance.
About time. I thought you had left.
Just waiting for the perfect moment.
Murray is lowered down by the electric wrench and grabs the clockwork wings while Rajan and the audience are distracted.
Tell me, stranger, what's your name?
Why ruin the moment?
Huh? I don't understand.
Why ruin the moment?
The wings! What happened to the clockwork wings?
What? How? Who could have... What? Cooper!
Carrying the wings, Murray makes his way to the van. Murray is defenseless with his hands full, so Bentley uses his RC chopper to take out the guards. And holy hell, this thing is difficult to control. Because the chopper cannot hover in place, you must always be moving forwards, which means you end up spinning in circles half the time just to keep from flying too far away from Murray. You must drop bombs on the guards. Thankfully, the damage radius is much wider than it appears, so you don't have to be that precise.
Punch it!
After the gang got away with the clockwork wings, Carmelita blew her cover and started making arrests left and right. With his reputation in shambles, Rajan was forced to flee from his own party. He's now in hiding, somewhere deep in the jungle. The gang took a break and headed for Bollywood. It took some doing, but they eventually snuck Murray onto the set of a full-blown Indian musical. Sly was happy the guys got to unwind, but Rajan was still out there, and somehow Sly knew things were about to get tough. It took some detective work, but the gang had managed to track down where Rajan had gone into hiding. Somehow, he managed to transform a long-forgotten temple into the thriving center of his spice operations, and it's there where they'll find him. The jungle, too thick to drive through, forced the three of them to walk the long distance to their target. The gang ran into a few problems along the way, but pushed on, for the temple was more than just Rajan's hideout. It is also home to the Clockwork Heart, a pump so strong and tireless it could increase spice production tenfold. Good for Rajan, but awful for the rest of the world. Hope he's not counting on that heart too much, because tonight it comes home with the Cooper gang.
Oh, I forgot to talk. Can you start the clip over? Sly Cooper and the gang in The Predator Awakes.
Bentley points out that the local spice plants are illegal because if you eat too much, you will go into an uncontrollable rage. Sly advises them to keep it away from Murray.
Keep that stuff away from Murray.
As with the previous episodes, our first job is to conduct some reconnaissance. We sneak into Rajan's spice temple with Sly. As we approach the top level, we notice Rajan, who is carrying half of the clockwork heart, a crane keeping the other half suspended, and the entrance to that particular level. In terms of layout of the hub worlds, this is one of my least favourites. Playing as Sly, it is fine, and it's cool to be able to bypass a large section of the guard patrols by running along the treetops. However, moving around as Bentley or Murray is much more difficult. There aren't as many viable options for the two to take without having to avoid the guards. The levels are simply better tailored to Sly. The circle button is used to activate almost all of Sly's abilities.
Remember, Sly, hold down the circle button near the blue stealth auras to perform super sneaky thief moves. Nice job so far, Sly. Just jump and hit the circle button. Sly!
Such as running along ropes and climbing poles. This is both a positive and negative process. It's great because it simplifies platforming and makes it relatively easy to chain moves together to parkour through a level. However, it has the disadvantage of occasionally causing you to make an unintentional move, which can lead you to landing on the wrong spires, and they are sometimes beneath you, causing Sly to fall all the way to a lower level, which can be extremely annoying. Though this does not happen very often, the benefits of the system far outweigh the drawbacks. The controls are so intuitive and enjoyable to use that the platforming missions are a joy to complete. I could jump around and explore the hub worlds for hours, and this time there are actual items to be found in the hub areas, such as treasures, but more importantly, clue bottles. The green bottles from the first game return, however instead of being hidden within levels, they can only be found in the hub worlds. There are always 30 clue bottles hidden throughout the episode. They can be collected by any of the characters, but because they are found all over the hub, Sly is the best character to use to find them. They aren't all that well hidden, and most are in plain sight, but there is always those last couple that I seem to miss. You won't be able to find them with the Monocicon this time around, but the bottles will make a distinct sound when you get close to one. In the HD collection, the noise of the clue bottles can be heard from a greater distance than in the PS2 version. If you're still having trouble hearing them, you could always turn down the music. You could also use a guide, I guess, but that's no fun. And it's cheating. The vault is hidden somewhere on the map, possibly in a mission area or another secret area dedicated solely to the safe. The location will be revealed on the Monocicon once you have collected all of the clues. When you approach the safe, you'll be asked to enter the code that Bentley deciphered from the clues. The safes always contain an ability, but the game never explains where these abilities come from. I mean, it makes sense in the first game because they were Thievius Raccoonus pages. Yeah, the game doesn't even try to justify it. The inclusion of the clue bottles is fantastic. I really enjoy searching around the rooftops, alleyways, treetops, and all over to find these things. Yeah, it can be a bit irritating when you can't find the last couple of bottles, but Sly's excellent controls and traversal options makes me not care because I'm just having so much fun parkouring around. For further info gathering, we plant a bug in Rajan's office, like an actual bug. Bentley will be able to detect local sound waves transmitted by the bug's wings. The bug has to be planted without taking damage.
I've been trying to control myself, trying to be professional about this, but at a certain point, I'm just really getting pissed. Just excuse me.
Bentley discovers that Rajan conducts a daily tour of his spice operation. Rajan, according to Bentley's sources, always carries 3 blueprints with him that when read together explain how his operation works. Unfortunately, he does not have the clockwork heart with him. We entice him to eat watermelons, which cause him to fall asleep. We can steal the blueprints while he's sleeping. Sly runs into Neela again, and she's once again eager to assist us. We find a secret entrance by following her through the jungle. Once inside, we can see the crane still holding up half of the clockwork heart. We must rob the 2 guards who are holding the keys. We then turn the crank and take the heart. The gang now knows Rajan's spice operation, but an unintentional consequence of stealing the heart and blueprints is that Rajan has become paranoid and refuses to leave his temple. The gang must devise a method of luring him out. First, we blow up the spice grinder with a dynamite rigged barrel. The barrel can also be used to hide from guards, who seem to ignore teleporting barrels. According to Bentley's research, tigers dislike water, so we use Rajan's chopper to blow open the dam. Unfortunately, partially flooding was insufficient to lure him out, so the gang have decided to go all out and flood the entire area. Bentley has arranged a trade with a local crime ring in order to obtain a powerful explosive, the giant ruby located on a large elephant statue, in exchange for a cherry bomb 500 for use in the heist. We pick up the ruby and transport it to the rendezvous point, using Murray's superior strength. Murray is now the team's brawn, and his gameplay revolves around kicking butt. The majority of Murray's abilities revolve around the use of his fists or body, such as the thunder flop and the fists of flame. He deals the most damage and is the most effective in a brawl. He can even take out the larger flashlight guards with ease. He is probably the least versatile of the three, but because he is so powerful, he is much easier to navigate the hub world than Bentley. Even if he can't hide, he can simply beat up the guards. Despite his large girth, he can still jump fairly well, and has a nice smooth front flip animation for his double jump. He can't jump as high as Sly, but he still has a really good mid-air control when he is required to do a little platforming. With the bomb in hand, the gang are ready to execute Operation Wet Tiger. Bentley and Murray meet near the tower. Bentley controls the chopper from the tower, whereas Murray must descend into the temple and pull the lever to open the elephant's mouth for Sly. Regrettably, Rajan informs his guards that the temple facade is under attack and directs them to drop hunter-second bombs on Murray. Bentley must use the turret of the chopper to destroy the bombs before they hit Murray. Murray raises the lever and opens the elephant's mouth. When everything is clear, Sly detonates the cherry bomb 500 and both he and Murray flee before it explodes. The temple is completely flooded, forcing Rajan to emerge from his hiding place, and he's like, "What the fuck?" As Sly, we have to spire jump on these spikes to reach Rajan to stop him from channeling lightning through his staff. I don't know, he's a tiger. That's just what they do. We make it up to Rajan, but Neela's like,
"Sorry." What are you doing?
She is a demon damned to hell! Excuse me.
Sly is knocked out and we take out Rajan as Murray. Let us now discuss the tiger in the room. Neela is a Bengal tiger, as is Rajan. This is actually a leftover of an earlier script. Neela was originally designed to be Rajan's daughter, though this had to be changed to simplify the story. Once Rajan is defeated, Murray manages to pick up the other half of the Clockwork Heart, but immediately after, the Contessa, Neela and their bodyguards arrive to bust Rajan and the Cooper gang. That's right, Sly and Murray are caught. When I was a kid, this came as quite a surprise to me. This is the first time in the series that we see the gang fail. There was some leading into it with Rajan escaping in the jumble, but now it is made clear that there is a lot smaller margin for error. The gang's and Sly's arrogance gained in the first game has just come back to bite them. Sly, Murray and Carmelita, who Neela claims to be allied with the Cooper gang, are all arrested and imprisoned in the Contessa's Prague-based rehabilitation clinic while Bentley escapes. Though statistically improbable, Bentley had to face the facts. Neela had betrayed them, his teammates were captured and he was all alone. While intellectually inferior, Sly and Murray had always been a rich source of sociological interest. The long walk out of the jungle gave Bentley time to reflect, and with each passing step, his sense of isolation grew. Shockingly, his comrade's absence had a profound emotional effect on him. This was it. This was the true test of friendship. Upon reaching the van, Bentley's resolve was hardened. He had to save his friends, but first things first, he had to learn how to drive a stick shift. It took a sleepless week of data crunching, but Bentley eventually tracked down the location of his friends, locked away in the mysterious towers of Prague. At the moment, they are the unwilling guests of the Interpol's most renowned prison warden, the Contessa. While still a criminal psychology student, she entered into a whirlwind romance and married a wealthy aristocrat. Sadly, the union was short-lived, as the general suspiciously died a few weeks after the ceremony. The widowed Contessa put her education and newly acquired estate to work by opening a criminal rehabilitation centre. Her pioneering use of hypnotherapy has produced some good results and subsequently earned her a prominent position within Interpol. Sly and Murray are locked up somewhere in the clinic and are slated for the Contessa's Good Samaritan brainwashing. If Bentley doesn't bust them out soon, they'll be working a 9-to-5 job selling shoes, and he'd be out 2 best friends.
Bentley saves the gang in Jailbreak.
Jailbreak is probably the most memorable point in the game. The gang is at its lowest point we have ever seen it, and the design of this episode really reflects that. A thief's worst nightmare is being locked up, and this is exactly what this place is, a nightmare, but in a good way. The gothic theme of Prague creates a very intimidating environment, especially since all you have is the game's weakest combat character and possibly the most intimidating area. Bentley has a very distinct skill set in Sly 2. He's still the brains of the operation, making the plans for each job, but there will be times where he must enter the field himself. Bentley carries a crossbow and bombs. His crossbow shoots darts from a first-person perspective. The default darts can be used to put guards to sleep before dropping a bomb on them. This method is extremely slow and doesn't work well if the guards have already been alerted. Bentley is the gang's least physical capable member. As a result, he can take the fewest hits from enemies and deal the least amount of damage with his standard attacks. If a guard spots you, you're much better off running away and hiding. Bentley's sleep dart feathers vibrate near sounds, allowing him to hear whatever the Contessa says from his perch atop the roof. We learn that the claw gang is unraveling due to the disruption of spice shipments. The Contessa has been hypnotizing the inmates into revealing the location of their loot. She has already begun the process with Murray, but Sly's rebellious mind is proving much more difficult to crack. Sly is imprisoned in the high security hole, but the prison's high walls are nearly impenetrable unless you are a train. All we have to do is reverse the polarity of the train tracks, transforming the train into a massive projectile. Smashing it into the prison wall will almost certainly create a large enough hole for Sly to escape through. Bentley has a knack for hacking. A few jobs will require him to hack into computer systems, and these segments will be played out as twin-stick shooters. The goal is to get to the docking gate at the end of the level while avoiding enemies and other obstacles. I'm not a fan of these sequences as the gameplay and visuals are a bit too basic, and you usually have to do a few of them in a row, and they just drag on for a little bit too long. They control well, but I don't like them. With an escape route prepared for Sly, we retake control of the RC chopper and destroy the prison wall's security. Sly makes his escape when the coast is clear.
Thanks for busting me out.
Oh, well, you know the old saying, if you can't count on a friend to bust you out of jail, what kind of a friend are they?
Truer words were never said, wizard.
It's fantastic playing as Sly again, and it really makes you appreciate the skills he brings to the team. It makes you feel the same relief that Bentley feels. All that remains is to find a way to free Murray. We eventually find Murray's cell after some sleuthing around the area. Sly gains access to his cell by sneaking in through the vents. Apparently the Contessa has been forcing Murray to eat spice, which is presumably used to aid the hypnosis. Where Murray is being held is too fortified, so Sly encourages Murray to get into a fight so he will be sent to solitary confinement. We'll need to hijack one of the Contessa's tanks to get both Sly and Murray inside the prison walls unnoticed. She keeps the keys on her person, so we must be extremely cautious not to be caught by the Contessa or her bodyguards. After swiping the keys, we are now ready to begin Operation Trojan Tank. As Bentley drives the tank into the prison, Sly hides beneath the tank and crawls beneath it. Sly enters after blowing open the doors, and Bentley soon follows. After overcoming a few guards and obstacles, the pair arrives at Murray's cell. Murray's agitated state has been increased by the spices has been fed, as well as the hypno boxes scattered throughout the cell block. Murray becomes enraged and bursts through the cell door. Since the hypno boxes are too sturdy for Sly's cane, we must lure Murray into each one to smash them into pieces. Murray snaps out of his spice rage once they're all destroyed. The Contessa then arrives at the gate and discovers that Murray has been freed. Murray shows Sly and Bentley that he still has the other half of the clockwork heart, saying it was hard to hide it from them. When Murray notices the Contessa fleeing, he raises the crank bars to open the gate. The three of them then pursue her along the prison walls. The Contessa is highly intelligent and manipulative, and honestly kind of scary. She is able to trick Interpol into sending her criminals who she then steals from. Unfortunately, the Contessa manages to escape on her getaway blimp.
You dishonorable, cowardly pieces of garbage. I apologize. We have a family audience. That was wrong, and I won't do it again.
Ah! She's getting away!
Don't worry, pal. We'll find her. With the three of us back together, she doesn't stand a chance.
It was great. The gang had been reunited, and it was all because of Bentley. Even the van ride out of town was like a party. Murray had to pull over twice because he was laughing so hard. But despite the jokes, something had changed. Since childhood, the three of them had never been apart, and the recent isolation gave them all pause for thought. Needless to say, they took a few weeks off before getting back to work, and for the first time in Bentley's life, Murray let him drive. Time for a little payback. The Contessa, having escaped, is now hiding out in her castle estate. It's a well-fortified Gothic nightmare that would make any thief run in terror. Terrible or not, that's where the gang is headed. To sweeten the deal, they've learned that the Contessa, who until recently was a secret member of the Claw Gang, is in possession of the clockwork eyes. The Thievius Raccoonus describes the eyes stopping opponents dead in their tracks, transfixed in their gaze. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what an accomplished hypnotist could do with such powerful artifacts. News of the Contessa's corruption has spread to Interpol. Constable Neela, being closest to the case, was granted a cash allowance to hire an army of local mercenaries. It looks like the gang is walking into a full-scale war, but they have to act now before things go from bad to worse.
Sly Cooper and the gang in A Tangled Web. How's that?
This hub is essentially split into two. On one side there's Neela and her tank army, and on the other there's the Contessa and her henchmen. We start off by scouting out the area around the safe house, where there are several indestructible tanks. This makes travelling through the area especially difficult. Fortunately, there is a boat that can safely ferry the gang across the river. The Contessa's estate is located on the other side of the river. It's a massive Gothic-style castle teeming with thugs. The Contessa has also deployed tanks to defend against Neela, resulting in a bit of a stalemate. We ascend to the Contessa's re-education tower. We have to climb higher to reach a window that leads inside because the front door is locked. Inside we find Carmelita Fox restrained by the Contessa, who is slowly brainwashing her with the clockwork eyes. By brainwashing Carmelita into an obedient slave, the Contessa intends to have her take the fall for her at Interpol. Sly is adamant about saving her. After all, the gang are the reason she is in this situation in the first place. This episode, I suppose, could be classified as the horror episode. Actually, supernatural would be a better description. There are ghosts, crypts with werewolves, and bad mojo. This episode acts as a sort of parallel to the Vicious Voodoo episode in Sly 1, where the gang had an encounter with the supernatural. We're going to use ghosts to scare Neela so that the gang can capitalise on the conflict between her and the Contessa, with Neela believing it was the Contessa who sent them. As Sly, we enter a nearby crypt to disrupt the evil wolf priestess tomb. We freed a handful of ghosts who were trapped inside. To capture ghosts, we must photograph them with a binoculocom. The use of photographs to capture ghosts is a common theme in video games. Spirit photography has its origins in the 19th century. Many photographers experimented with new effects such as stereoscopic images and double exposure during the 1850s and 1860s. Obviously, they weren't actually photographing ghosts, but I believe this is where the motif originated. Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked there. It's got nothing to do with Sly. Well, it has a little bit to do with Sly. We take all the ghosts to Neela's headquarters and release them down the chimney. Neela, as expected, is terrified and is forced outside, believing it to be the work of the Contessa. She begins making plans to attack her with some extra firepower. As we saw up in the re-education tower, the clockwork eyes are attached to the mind shuffler to amplify its effects. Bentley enters a crypt and discovers a bad mojo collector, a semi-magical device that absorbs bad mojo. We need to use this to collect the mojo that falls from the ceiling spouts. A full tank of bad mojo should be sufficient to destroy the mind shuffler. Going through these crypts is where the camera becomes an issue. It always gets stuck in the doorway. Bentley gets so far away from the camera that it's difficult to see the obstacles you have to jump over. This is made even worse by Bentley's return to the crypts to hack into the old terminal that will allow us to free Carmelita. He is carrying a battery on his back because there's no power in the crypts. We can't take any damage during this segment or the battery will explode. This camera issue happens in a few other areas, but it is most pronounced here. Given that many of the areas are quite open and the camera has plenty of room to move around, it is usually pretty reliable. The graphics have improved slightly, and the character models are higher quality and more detailed. This is mostly evident with Bentley and Murray's redesigned models. Sly has also changed slightly. Instead of a backpack, he now wears a red leg bag thing on his leg. But it's the use of colour and lighting that elevates these graphics above the first game. The models' colours are more vibrant, allowing them to stand out from the background. The lighting really sets the atmosphere of each episode. Because the majority of them take place at night, they avoid the issue of everything looking dull and dark by placing subtle light sources around the stages. The architecture is somewhat exaggerated. There are no straight up and down buildings, only skewed proportions. Each environment is detailed and immersive, and each presents its own set of challenges and opportunities for stealth and exploration. For example, avoiding guards by using pipes and ledges in the city, or treetops in the jungle. I also appreciate a lot of the small background details that the designers included. For instance, having places for the guards to sit, or tables with spices on them. Just a lot of little things like that, which many people probably wouldn't even notice, but makes the worlds really feel lived in. The gang finishes up a few more jobs around the Contessa's estate. Murray infiltrates the castle and abducts General Clawfoot. He returns him to the safe house for questioning. Bentley believes he can compel him to reveal the castle gate security codes.
Talk, you scoundrel!
Sly then steals a voice modulator and wiretap and hides them beneath Neela's headquarters, allowing Bentley to issue orders to Neela's mercenaries. Murray, meanwhile, hotwires one of the Contessa's tanks. We need to take out 6 of Neela's tanks, and boy is this thing a pain in the ass to drive. The left analog stick controls the tank's left side, while the right analog stick controls the tank's right side. To go straight, you must simultaneously press up on both analog sticks. Now that part is simple. The hard part is when you need to turn. So if you want to turn right, you have to use the left stick and vice versa. Or is it the opposite? I'm getting confused just trying to explain it. But just take my word for it. It is finicky as hell. Anyway, now that all the jobs have been completed, the gang is ready to save Carmelita, steal the Clockwork Eyes, stop the Contessa, and finally put an end to all of the confusion. It's time for Operation High Road to begin. Murray starts by using the codes provided by General Clawfoot to turn off the spotlights on the main bridge. Bentley then orders Neela's forces to attack the castle, while he and Sly go inside to free Carmelita. Bentley hacks the terminal, allowing her to pursue the Contessa. They blow the Clockwork Eyes off the mine shuffler. Neela appears and steals one of the eyes. Sly chases after her, while Bentley escapes on the blimp with the other one. Following Sly's pursuit of Neela and the capture of the eye, it is now Bentley's turn to clear the skies of Neela's bombers. He heads for the rendezvous, but Carmelita, who is still chasing the Contessa, shoots down the blimp, causing it to crash into the side of a wall.
That eye belongs to me, and I want it back.
No way. You think I'm crazy? Actually, on second thought, don't answer that. I really don't want your professional opinion.
Not crazy, just stupid. You're an ignorant child playing dress-up in his father's legacy. Oh, I know all about you and the Cooper clan.
Then you'll understand why this eye needs to be destroyed.
Short-sighted fool! I've no interest in your narrow interpretation of morality. I'm above all that. Above good and evil.
And you think I'd give the eye to someone that's above morality?
The Contessa is only concerned with her own desires and considers it foolish for anyone to do otherwise. She has no quarrels about her corruption. She is kind of a psychopath and can also spawn spiders. Are these her children? Are we killing babies?
Children.
Despite the fact that we beat the crap out of her, she manages to catch Sly off guard and grab the eye. Carmelita steals Bentley's eye as well and attempts to flee in one of the Contessa's tanks.
How's this thing work? What's this do? And this?
So as Murray, we must shoot down her tank and steal the eye before she flees. Of course I failed this a few times because I can't drive this thing for shit. Sly catches up to the Contessa and we must fight her again, but we must also avoid her hypnosis this time. If she hits you with it, the controls are reversed and the screen becomes distorted. I absolutely adore this animation. Sly reclaims the Clockwork Eye once she is defeated. Things hadn't gone exactly to plan. but the Contessa was beaten and the Clockwork Eyes were finally in the gang's hands. The Contessa was arrested and brought to trial for the crime she had committed while working for Interpol. Their PR damage control went one step further by promoting Nila, the hero of Prague, to the rank of captain. Carmelita, still on the outs with Interpol, had to run with the rest of the gang. To his surprise and internal delight, Sly got to help his favourite policewoman escape from the cops. Sly tried to put it all out of his mind. This claw business was spiralling out of control, and Sly knew that his gang was at the centre of it. They'd be back in action soon enough, but for now, well, they just had to lay low for a while. Following the trail of spice shipments to Nunavut Bay, Canada, the secret hub of John Bichon's shipping empire, as a young man, he trekked across Canada to strike it rich during the gold rush of 1852. An avid prospector, he took some chances and ended up buried alive in an avalanche. Miraculously, the quick freeze kept him alive, and 120 years later, thanks to global warming, he thawed out. A product of his time, he dreams of taming the wild north, damming every river and chopping down all the trees, with progress delivered at the sharp end of an axe. Shipping spices for the claw game proved to be a lucrative way to bankroll his one-man war against nature, and yet Sly can't help but feel a little sorry for the guy. He's just a normal guy from the 1850s. Back in his day, he'd be a hero, but today, he's a villain. Either way, that man's got more than his fair share of clockwork parts. What a low-tech guy like John Bisson is doing with robot parts is a mystery.
Sly Cooper and the gang in
He Who Tames the Iron Horse.
Before Jean Bisson established his train empire in the area, Nunavut Bay was a popular destination for rock climbers. This hub world has a lot of open space, but there are trains that can help you get around. The reconnaissance missions leads us to a cabin out in the wilderness. Bisson is on the phone with Arpeggio, another Claw Gang member. While taking photos of Bisson's train routes and eavesdropping on the conversation, we learn that Bisson has put 3 of his clockwork parts into the engines of 3 of his trains, which he calls the Iron Horses. The clockwork lungs and stomach facilitate the trains in running endlessly. In addition, he has hidden the blueprints for each Iron Horse in 3 different cabins. Taking all of the blueprints, the gang begins collecting clockwork parts from the Iron Horses. Unfortunately, while doing so, Mari is captured by Carmelita, who is attempting to clear her name by apprehending the gang. To free Mari, we need to steal 3 keys from her. Carmelita acts as a special flashlight guard in this level. Her patrol route is much larger than that of other flashlight guards. She is also less accurate with her shots, though she will hunt for Sly more persistently and can high jump to catch Sly at high elevations. Aside from Carmelita, you will frequently encounter 2 types of guards, flashlight guards and non-flashlight guards. That's the best name I could come up with. The flashlight guards are a large enemy who uses a flashlight to spot you. They all have a projectile weapon, the most common of which is a firearm. The flashlight guards patrol at ground level and take multiple hits to be killed. If you hit them before they are detected, they will be knocked out for a few seconds. They can still be stealth killed at this point. They are knocked back when hit otherwise, but will immediately kick and fire their weapon in retaliation. The kick attack is avoidable, but the projectile attack is deadly accurate and will always hit you if you are within the ray of the guard's flashlight. At very close range, they will use a melee attack instead. They will instantly detect you if you step into the light, so the best way to deal with them as Sly is to sneak up behind them, and as Bentley, you're better off just avoiding them or putting them to sleep. The Mari doesn't need to be as cautious, as he has no issue taking them out with his fists. The non-flashlight guards do not carry flashlights. I know, shocking. They have a wider field of vision and can be more difficult to avoid because there is no clear line between what they can and cannot see. These guards are usually stationed on higher ground, such as rooftops. Many rooftop guards, like flashlight guards, kick back in retaliation after being hit and can also use projectiles. Some even carry bullhorns to warn other enemies around them. If you go somewhere that a rooftop guard cannot, the guard will throw small stones at you, inflicting minor damage. These guards are smaller and weaker than the flashlight guards, making them easier to defeat. This is good because these guards are far more mobile and are more likely to spot you while leaping through the levels as Sly. There is one more type of enemy, and that is animals. While every character in the game is an anthropomorphic animal, There are a few that are just animals. Yes, this may appear to be inconsistent with the world building, but the way they are designed and act, there's a very clear distinction between animals that are people and animals that are just animals, if that makes sense. Murray takes advantage of the local wildlife by luring the mother bear into smashing open the cage that houses the handcar. Meanwhile, Sly and Bentley board 2 different trains, jumping and dodging past all of the security to obtain the Clockwork's left and right lung. All that remains is to mount the 3rd iron horse and seize the Clockwork's stomach. It's time to execute Operation Choo Choo. The Cooper gang boards the unlocked handcar and use it to catch up with Iron Horse number 3. As Sly, we enter through the caboose and proceed through the interior, while Bentley and Murray remain in the handcar. After making his way past several guards, we reach the train car where Bashan himself is. We manage to slip by, but then Neela appears in her new plane. Neela challenges Sly to a fight, but Bentley saves the day with his RC chopper.
We're gonna beat your ass! You just get that through your stinking traitorous heads! Excuse me, I apologize, and we have a lot of Christian affiliates. I am a Christian.
This section is similar to a shmup, but far less hectic, thank God. I'm honestly not a fan of any of the RC Chopper minigames. They are better integrated into the missions of the game than in the first, but I would still prefer more platforming segments, because they're just so much more enjoyable. Bentley is able to severely damage Neil's aircraft, causing her to flee. Sly makes his way to the engine where the Clockwork stomach has been bolted into place. Neela interrupts Bentley as he prepares to drop a bomb down the smokestack to crack the engine block. Bentley destroys Neela's aircraft in a final battle, and she spirals out of control. Bentley proceeds to blast the stomach free, allowing Sly to steal it.
I've got an upset stomach on my hands, but other than that, I feel great.
The gang had pulled off the impossible. They had successfully robbed all of John Bashan's Iron Horse trains and were walking away with 3, count them 3 Clockwork parts. And as a bonus, they shut down the spice distribution in all of North America. Needless to say, they were pretty pleased with themselves. Can't say the same for Carmelita. Once again, the framed policewoman had to run from the cops, which was fun at first, but Sly was starting to feel a little sorry for her. What if they replaced Carmelita with someone else? Sly didn't want another cop on his tail. She's a big part of why this is all fun. Sooner or later, Sly's gonna have to figure out a way to clear her name, some way other than turning himself in. Things just weren't right up in Canada. Random acts of violence were popping up like weeds, and the Northern Lights, they just weren't right. One night they'd be brighter than ever, and the next gone. In Nunavut Bay, Sly overheard talk between John Basson and his mysterious partner Arpeggio. Somehow, those two are behind it all. Tracking the source of the disturbance was easy. By simply following the lights, the gang were led north to an immense lumber camp. The sheer number of fallen trees advertised John Basson's presence, and that he was in possession of the Clockwork Talons. The Thievius Raccoonus makes numerous references to the talons slicing through plates of steel. A skilled lumberjack like Basson can clear a forest in hours while wielding the artifacts. Those talons have got to go, both to finally do away with Clockwork and to save the environment from his twisted sense of progress. The world just doesn't need to make space for another strip mall.
Sly Cooper and the gang in
Menace from the North, eh?
As they have just arrived at John Basson's lumber camp, Bentley has Sly take recon photos of the area. Aside from being beautiful, Arpeggio has discovered that the Northern Lights are a plentiful source of light waves and has tasked John Basson with gathering energy from the lights. Basson is using the lighthouse located at his lumber camp as an attractor of the Northern Lights energy. The collected energy is stored in massive batteries before being shipped to Arpeggio. It's unclear what he's doing with these light waves, but the gang knows they have to stop him. Sly listens to John Basson talking to himself after taking the photos. Basson is in need of participants for his lumberjack games and plans to post the Clockwork Talons as a trophy to attract competition. The Cooper gang decides to join the games. During this episode, I had the most glitchiest playthrough of Sly 2 I have ever had. I rarely have any problems while playing any of the Sly games, but for whatever reason, this episode just wasn't having it. The game crashed while Sly was attempting to steal transmitters from the bear's mouth in order to bug John Basson's house.
only you could have pulled that off. Head outside and I'll fill you in on the next step.
There was a glitch a few times where I couldn't interact with anything until I reloaded. Another major bug was that when I switched to Murray, I was teleported to a mission across the map as soon as I exited the safe house. The cutscene played with a weird sound in the background, and then the screen just went white.
You might even try throwing fish at the guards. Might improve their odor.
A meeting of the RC Combat Club is currently taking place. Murray must win the competition while dressed as a moose in order to learn the location of the Northern Light Battery. When you really think about it, this mission is kind of morbid. So Sly gets Murray a moose head to wear to trick the guards, and not like a moose head as in like a mask, like an actual moose head. This will be an analogue to me wearing someone else's head to fool you into thinking I was that person. The RC tank is extremely difficult to control. Because the controls are oriented to Murray's position rather than the camera, turning is extremely difficult. What is it about tanks in this game that makes them impossible to drive? By winning, we discover that the silo is actually a battery, and Arpeggio is on his way to pick it up. So the gang has decided to drain the battery in order to hitch a ride to Arpeggio's headquarters. Sly and Murray must aid Bentley in draining the Northern Light Battery by attaching grappling hooks from each of the 3 local boats. Sly 2 is a lot more focused on teamwork between the 3 gang members. This shift in focus can even be seen in the episode title screens, with it saying Sly Cooper and the gang rather than just Sly Cooper. Each member has their own strengths and weaknesses. In Sly 1, the Cooper gang didn't really feel too much like a gang, as Sly was doing most of the work, with Murray being the most useless. While Sly still has the most missions, the game is much more balanced, and all 3 gang members are used appropriately. The final phase of an episode always has Sly and the gang going on one mission together. They will sometimes split up, and the game automatically switches from character to character as each goal is completed, allowing the entire heist to flow smoothly. It's a shame it's not used more frequently. The dynamic of the trio feels very natural, and it's enjoyable to watch them all work and interact with one another. With the battery drained, the gang must now shift their focus to winning the Talons in the Lumberjack games. For instance, they go and steal an eagle egg that will be useful in the heist. Operation Canada Games is one of the gang's most improvised heists, and their desperation is palpable throughout, as they employ some extremely risky tactics in pursuit of the Clockwork Talons. Murray competes in the first event, a power chopping competition. The judges award him 3 tens for chopping the log. Bentley sneaks up to Bichon during his turn and places the eagle egg in his pocket, dodging angry eagles along the way. The eagles attack him after he places the egg in Bichon's pocket, resulting in 3 zeros from the judges. Threatening them, the judges give him 3 tens.
What? I think you better rethink them scores, boys. What you intended to give me was perfect 10s, right?
The second contest is an ice wall climbing competition. Sly takes his position and climbs the wall within the time limit using wall hooks and the climbing canes, earning 3 tens. Murray fires 3 grappling hooks at Bichon as he climbs, pulling him off the wall. He receives 3 zeros yet again and threatens the guards once more, changing their scores to 10s. The log spin is the final event. Bentley jumps from log to log as they drop below the surface of the water, earning another perfect score. Because of the frightened judges, the gang realizes that they have no chance of winning, so they lure them into a dark cave and take all of their clothes. The disguised gang members take their place at the table and give Bichon 3 zeros, but Bichon realizes that they aren't the judges he hired.
What? I thought I warned you judges about the consequences for incorrect scores. Wait a second. You aren't the judges I hired. It's the scrawny raccoon and his annoying friends. Well, if you want the Talons, then why don't you just take them?
The gang wake up in the sawmill control room. Bentley suspects John Bichon has locked them there for later interrogation. There is a pipe sticking out of the wall which Bentley manages to squeeze through. Dropping down, he is confronted by Bichon, who explains that he has already raided their safe house and taken the clockwork parts. Not only that, but he sold them all to Arpeggio, including the Talons.
You sold all the clockwork parts? Arpeggio has them all?
I wouldn't expect one of your kind to understand the finer points of commerce. You turtles are too stupid to know a woodcutter from a woodchuck.
I will stomp your head in if you start a fight with me, you thug scum. Anyways, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
This boss fight is very unique. Of course, Bentley has no chance against Jean Bisson if he confronts him directly, but with Sly in the control room, we can tell him when to activate the equipment to damage Bisson. The main thing to worry about during this fight is to not to accidentally hurt yourself.
Tarnation! I've been done in by some four-eyed turtle? Times have changed.
After beating Bisson, Sly and Murray then free themselves and meet up with Bentley on the ground floor.
Good job, little buddy. That was some fast thinking.
One of Bisson's men then announced over the intercom that Arpeggio's blimp would arrive in exactly 1 minute. The gang couldn't miss the blimp as they were determined to reclaim their clockwork parts. The silo battery was not that far, so with no time to lose, they went outside and made a run for the silo. The blimp arrived within seconds of them stowing away inside. As they shut themselves into the Northern Light battery, it became black. For a few long minutes they just sat there, in darkness. No one dared to talk, for fear that Jean Bisson's men might discover where they were hiding. Time seemed to have stopped, and then they felt it. They were being lifted up to Arpeggio's blimp. It was also strange. The focus of all of their schemes had been stolen from them. The clockwork parts were gone. Looking around the inside of the battery, Sly knew they all felt it. Failure. Sly was twitchy and ready for action. Any action. Bentley tried to make some sense of the situation by drawing up meaningless plans. But Murray took it the worst. He just sat there sobbing while the team van floated away over the horizon. That van was his life. Sly knew he would have to find a way to make it up to him. There they were, heading east across the Atlantic Ocean, stowaways on a giant airborne fortress. Though time was short, the gang made sure to study up on our unknown host, Arpeggio. While attending a prestigious boarding school, the young Arpeggio excelled at all subjects, but he never managed to keep up with the other boys physically. Sadly, his wings, due to their small size, were useless for flight. Furious at his feeble body, he focused his powerful mind to search for a cure in the works of the Italian Renaissance masters. Their notebooks provided the springboard for the sinister young genius, and it wasn't long before the Claw Gang took him on as chief inventor. His talents must have been at work repurposing all the clockwork parts for their criminal schemes, and now this mastermind was in possession of all the parts. It's only a matter of time before he puts them back together, and when that happens, well, the gang is not going to let that happen.
Sly Cooper and the gang in Anatomy for Disaster.
As the final episode begins, the gang is in a very desperate situation. Everything we've worked for throughout the game has been lost. The blimp consists of numerous large rotators, turning metal fans and cranks, balloons and wood wings, and radio communication towers. While I like the idea behind this hub world, it is my least favourite in the game. There are searchlights all over the place, and the large rotating fans divide large sections of the level. As a result, there's a lot of waiting just to get across them. The level just doesn't have the same sense of flow as the other hub worlds. It's just not fun to move around as Bentley or Murray, but there are some optional power-ups that can help them get around. Power-ups, also known as gadgets, are a type of equipment that can be brought through the thief net, aside from the ones you obtain by opening the secret bottle safes. As you progress through the game, more and more power-ups become available. The majority of them are optional, but a few are required for certain missions. But don't worry too much about this, as the game will tell you what power-up is needed, and it's usually not very expensive. Power-ups can be equipped from the select menu, and you can equip up to 3 at once. They can be assigned to any of the trigger buttons except R1, which is reserved for sprinting. You know that brown section below the health meter? Yeah, well that's the gadget meter. I have no idea why they went with a muted brown colour, as it quite literally looks like shit. When a power-up is used, some of the meter is consumed. Each power-up uses a different amount, and it's not always clear how much until you use it. It's not a huge deal, but it does make the meter feel a bit arbitrary. The gadget meter, like the health meter, can be refilled by collecting health pickups. Each character has their own set of power-ups that they can use, based on their skill set. Sly gains more stealth and acrobatic power-ups, while Bentley gains a variety of explosives, and Murray's focus on powerful melee attacks. The power-ups are unquestionably more useful than those in the previous game, particularly the paraglider and the silent obliterator. Of course there are some that I never used, but there is some overlap with some of the power-ups, as in the alarm clock and music box. When thrown, the alarm clock will attract guards to an area, and the music box will do the same, except the guards will fall asleep, which isn't much of a benefit because you can just sneak around them or take them out either way. Murray's power-ups are probably the most underwhelming. Most of them are simply stronger attacks, but he is already so good at fighting that they don't really feel like they add much, and I frequently forget to use them. The most useful power-ups for Bentley and Murray are the ones that improve their mobility, as that is their biggest weakness when traversing the levels. As Sly, we climb to the smaller blimp floating alongside the massive flying fortress. Bentley has detected strong magnetic fields emitting from the blimp. He's concluded that if Arpeggio has already begun reconstructing Clockwork, that's where he'll be. That's hard to say. We need to take some recon photos inside, but while we're doing so, we notice Neela talking to Arpeggio.
I can't believe it! She must have been working with Arpeggio all along!
You dishonorable, cowardly pieces of garbage! Excuse me.
Even as a kid, I wasn't surprised by this. Sly tries to halt the construction of Clockwork by reversing the polarity of the magnetic inducers that hold it together. Unfortunately, this backfires and locks Clockwork's parts into place.
Shit.
Sly reveals himself after Neela and Arpeggio come out to investigate the crash, and then Arpeggio explains his entire plan. Yes, he begins monologuing. After the forming of the Claw Gang, Arpeggio had each individual member contribute a significant factor for his spice operation. Spice, yes, spices. Rajam grew spices in India, Jean-Besson transported them, and Dimitri distributed them to the Parisians via his nightclub. Okay, they're spice dealers, you see? The spice, however, was only a small part of the mastermind's plan. The Contessa used her hypnosis specialties to devise a way to command people through flashing lights. Arpeggio's blimp used northern light energy collected by Besson to transmit those frequencies. Parisians were susceptible to the hypnotic light effects of Arpeggio's blimp due to their spice consumption. This entire scheme was geared towards Arpeggio's Clockwork plot, with Neela directing Sly and the gang to steal Clockwork parts from the rest of the Claw Gang. He then loaded all of the parts onto his aircraft and stored them in his blimp's headquarters. Arpeggio desires to merge with Clockwork's body. The hypnotic light show will command the spice-consuming citizens of Paris and put them in a state of immense hatred, fueling the Clockwork parts and Arpeggio's life, making him immortal. Yes, he explains everything to Sly in an overly long cutscene. To be honest, the cutscenes are a little boring. The character acting is acceptable, with the majority of the animations limited to those seen during gameplay, and the rest consisting of simple gestures and talking animations. Many of the cutscenes are actually between characters using the binocucom. They are essentially just talking heads, and they look fine, except sometimes Sly's hat freaks out. The lip syncing is good, but the voice acting is what really sells the characters' interactions. It's fantastic. Kevin Miller is an excellent choice for the role of Sly, and I couldn't imagine anyone else in the role. The voice actress for Neela is the weakest link in the cast. She's not bad, but her accent is inconsistent. She also voices Carmelita Fox, which in Sly 2 is my favourite incarnation of the character. If you didn't know, Carmelita Fox has a different voice actress in each game, for whatever reason. I don't know, but this game is the best one in my opinion. Once Arpeggio finished revealing his master plan to Sly, he ordered Neela to hold Sly down while he began to enter the Clockwork frame.
Stupid Arpeggio. I double-crossed the Cooper gang, Interpol, and Carmelita. What made you think I wouldn't do the same to you?
This is preposterous! You're my protege, not the next candidate for my immortality. I demand you exit the Clockwork frame or...
Behold, Clockla is born!
Clockla. Clockler. I hate that name. 0 out of 10. One cool thing about this stage that as you move around it completing jobs, you can actually see Clockler, flying around. To prevent the light show over Paris, the gang must enter the engine room and turn off the lights. The trusty barrel will make its final appearance on this job. Farewell, my woody friend. You'll be missed, but not that much. With the engine turned off, the gang still needs to find a way to get rid of the robotic bird. So they make a truce with Carmelita Fox, who has acquired a chopper. For her to be able to pinpoint the location of the blimp, Sly must use the Mega Jump Pack to transmit the blimp's location. This mission is fantastic. The Mega Jump is so much fun, and you can even unlock it after 100%ing the game. Carmelita takes Sly on board the chopper once she reaches the blimp so we can shoot down Clockler before she reaches Paris. You're in for it now, Clockler. That's what you get for having a bad, shitty name. The fact that the final boss is essentially a turret section really sucks. It's just not the game's strength. Yes, it is a callback to the final fight of the first game, but I didn't like it there either. Clockler. It's getting worse. Clockler collides with the blimp's rotating fans after becoming severely damaged, causing the blimp to burst into flames. Clockler then becomes upset and takes it out on the gang by grabbing the Northern Light battery with Bentley and Murray inside and flying away with it. Sly lands on top of Clockler using the paraglider and proceeds to smash the bird in the face, causing her to plummet into the lake below. The gang reunites to celebrate Clockler's apparent defeat, but they are cut off when she immediately powers up again.
I hate you, Cooper Gang! I will find you in your sleep and I will destroy you! You will never know a moment's peace for the rest of your short, miserable lives! The Clockler will know revenge! I am revenge! I am the Alpha and the Omega! Clockler!
Bentley noted that Clockler had mentioned a hate chip, and that this could possibly be the source of her power. Murray opens up the bird's beak and Bentley pulls out the hate chip. With her source of power gone, the head of Clockler falls on top of Bentley.
Ah! My glasses!
What? Bentley! I'll save you!
Pick me up! I can't walk!
Come on, Sly, let's get out of here!
And there they were, at the end of the road. The Claw Gang had been defeated, and the clockwork parts lay scattered around in heaps. Yet despite the explosion, they remained pristine. It was as if nothing could ever hurt them. Carmelita cursed herself for showing up too late to get a few shots in on Clockler. So she took it out on what was close at hand, the hate chip. And just like that, it was over. Without that core piece, the essential center of clockwork, there was nothing left. The parts aged before everyone's eyes, as if time had finally caught up with the ancient bird. How ironic that Carmelita, a police officer, would be the one to lift the curse of the Cooper family. The menace of clockwork would never again rise to threaten Sly or his children. True to her nature, she informed the gang that they were all under arrest, but one look at his friends told Sly that they were in no shape for a fast getaway. So he offered to go peacefully in exchange for letting his friends walk. They'd taken some bruises through all of this, but Sly was surprised, shocked really, to see them leave their gear behind as they walked away. Their wounds were deeper than he could even imagine. Those guys were hurting. Carmelita's old police unit soon arrived. With Sly in custody, her name was cleared, and she even got a well-deserved promotion. It was the least Sly could do. The ride to HQ started with them sitting in silence, trying to read each other's thoughts. As the reality of his capture started to sink in, she began to relax, and they got to talking. They spoke freely about their previous adventures, comparing notes, and even getting in a few laughs. Then they started talking about, well, everything. Books, music, art. It was like they were on a first date. She even showed Sly the bottle she had been saving for the special occasion of his arrest. Sly's heart sank when she realized that their short flight across town had already taken 2 hours. A fact Sly had kinda clued into after seeing the Eiffel Tower float by 17 times. She went forward to ask the pilot what was up, and it looked like Sly's pals had left him a little going away present before taking off. The gang seemed to always be on the up and up in the first game. But Sly 2 isn't afraid to have the gang, thus the player, fail. Sly's confidence had reached an all-time high since reclaiming the Thievius Raccoonus, but it had proven to be a weakness several times during the adventure. Sly would not have gotten as far as he did without the help of his friends Bentley and Murray. His friends have made significant sacrifices in order to reclaim and protect Sly's legacy. Sly 2 is a truly unique experience. It's so unexpected that it ends in what could be considered the gang's lowest point, and as a kid I couldn't wait to get my hands on the sequel. This game surpassed all of my expectations. Sly 2 changed a lot from its predecessor, but it kept what made the game great, the charming characters and worlds, as well as the simple yet enjoyable gameplay. This is why Sly 2 remains one of my favourite games of all time.
I'll find you, Cooper! I'll be seeing you soon, Ringtail.
As has become tradition for the series, Sly 3 begins with a cold opening. Quite literally, it's raining. I'm sorry. A silhouette is seen running along the vines and climbing atop a statue. Lightning flashes and the two guards are quickly taken out. Approaching the jetty, the silhouette is finally revealed to be none other than Sly Cooper. I know, shocking. I never would have guessed. Sly uses a stealth takedown on the third guard, and we are then brought to the title screen. Another one of the series' traditions, seamlessly integrating the title screen with the gameplay. The gaming industry really needs to start bringing this back. Game menus have gotten so generic and boring in recent times. Sly 3 Honor Among Thieves is the last Sly game developed by Sucker Punch. Although it isn't technically the final Sly game, it was definitely conceived to be the conclusion to the series. Coming out in 2005, Sucker Punch could see that the 6th generation of consoles were coming to an end, and with the dawn of the next generation, they wanted to move on to something new. This is kind of unrelated, but I really wanted to talk about it. You know how Uncharted 2 is called Among Thieves? Well, I'm pretty sure that Naughty Dog wanted the game to be called Honor Among Thieves, but the title was already taken by Sly 3. My evidence for this is 1. Among Thieves just sounds like an incomplete sentence, and B. There is a scene in Uncharted 2 where one of the characters does a title drop, but she says Honor Among Thieves.
Honor Among Thieves, huh?
Something like that.
Anyway, detour over, back to Sly. Starting a new game, Sly will immediately pull up the Panopticon, which annoyingly doesn't fill up the entire screen in the HD version. It's whatever, I don't care. Bentley is on the other end of the comms, telling Sly that everything and everyone is in sync and ready for Sly to make his way up to the vault. Then silhouettes of the other gang members come over the comms, hiding their identities, but for anyone who has played any of the other Sly games, one of these mysterious characters is really obvious as to who it is. He even still uses his iconic pink text. This section serves as a tutorial for the game, with some basic platforming and dodging of electrical traps and lasers. As Sly moves through the area, he will encounter obstacles that he will be unable to overcome. This is where the mysterious gang members enter the picture. Agent Heartthrob uses an RC chopper to pull down the guards and clear the way. Agent Old Rock was dispatched to dismantle a nearby satellite tower, so Sly could rail walk across. Soon after, Sly comes across an air vent that directly led to the ceiling of an underground lab. He orders Agent Monarch to launch a firework at the vent, breaking it open and allowing Sly to enter. This is our first encounter with Dr. M, the main antagonist in Sly 3. Sly overhears the conversation and learns that the guard Richard will not see his family again as Dr. M poisoned his drink during lunch. Why he did this? Well, Dr. M explains to Richard that he has an intolerance for poor performance. For Richard forgot to change the code for the newly installed security system from the default 1, 2, 3. Sounds like something I'd do.
Yes? Water leaking into the lab? I'm on my way down. Oh, then get a janitor for the lab elevator. Richard's got sloppy.
What a fantastic introduction to the villain. The game gives the player the information they need to complete the mission while also showing them how much of a bastard the main villain is, all while keeping the player in control, making you feel like you really are a fly on the wall, witnessing something that you weren't meant to. Bentley informs Sly that he is making his way to meet him at the vault, to help him haul out the loot. Sly balances his way across a few more wires and ledges to the vault door. Dr. M is attempting to force his way inside with various drills and lasers, but is having little success. Sly is able to disable the systems around the door by using the code he learned earlier. When Sly inserts his cane into the vault lock, the vault opens. A missile strikes the vault door just as it is about to fully open, knocking Sly away and closing the vault again. Dr. M then comes flying on a jetpack.
This vault belongs to the Cooper family. You're trespassing.
No, my naive boy, you're trespassing. I've got the deed to this island. This fortress is mine. Everything here is mine, which now includes the key to the vault. Hand over the king.
After a brief confrontation, Bentley sneaks up behind the doctor and fires a sleep dart at him, temporarily disorientating him and allowing Sly and Bentley to flee. However, just before reaching their ship, Dr. M appears with a giant mutant thing under his control and grabs Bentley. To save his friend, Sly throws his family cane into the monster's mouth. This causes the monster to release Bentley. However, the monster soon launches the cane into the sea, where it may be lost forever, and then grabs Sly.
Sly! No! Hold on, Sly! Hold on!
It was like they always say. Your life really does flash before your eyes. There it all was, stretching back to his childhood. Born into a family of master thieves that went back for generations, Sly was next in line to continue the Cooper name. But fate had different plans. Sly was robbed of his childhood when a ruthless gang attacked his family home. The orphanage he landed in wasn't all bad. It was there he met his lifelong friends. Bentley, he's always been the thinker, and Murray, he's the doer. They've stuck together over the years, and their skill, their confidence, and their thieving reputation grew stronger with each heist. They thought that good times would never end, and that their luck would never run out, which only made things tougher when the odds finally caught up with them. Then Sly met this guy, McSweeney, who claimed to have run with his father's crew back in their heyday. They pulled jobs all over the world and amassed quite a collection of priceless items. It was then that McSweeney told Sly all about the Cooper Vault. It seemed that Sly's father, like all his ancestors, had been hiding their wealth in a secret place for generations, each one adding to the treasure hidden behind a door that, if McSweeney's story is true, only a Cooper can open. Using some well-placed clues provided by McSweeney, Sly and Bentley set out for the secret island that held the vault. On arriving, they discovered someone by the name of Dr. M had already set up shop. From the looks of it, he'd been trying to crack that thing for years, growing steadily more frustrated in his failures and more paranoid as the decades rolled by. He'd built himself a fortress with security as tight as Fort Knox. Getting inside the place would take precision, creativity, and moreover, it would take an army of world-class thieves. Finding and bringing together that much talent won't be easy, but to get inside the Cooper Vault and collect his inheritance, Sly was willing to pay the price.
Juice! Who's got the juice?
After completing the prologue, the game will take you to the hazard room, and I have no idea why the developers felt like this had to be included. The hazard room is a dedicated tutorial, and it is an absolute waste of time. The game already does a fantastic job of teaching the player the controls while playing through the prologue and in subsequent episodes. I genuinely do not understand why this is here. And don't say, oh, it's because it's a kid's game. Yeah, well, so were the last two, but I don't remember them being patronising. This is such an unnecessary blemish on the game. It is tedious and it messes with the pacing of the story. Fortunately, these segments can just be skipped. After the completion of each episode, you'll be taken to the episode select screen, and I must say that this seems like a bit of a downgrade from the second game. It's just not as visually appealing. Sly 3's graphics design is a bit of a mixed bag, not that any of it is bad, but some of it is a downgrade. That's what I mean by that. The visualization for completing jobs aren't as dynamic, but the 2D cutscenes are definitely an improvement. The animations are more consistent and the characters are less prone to being off-model. Plus, there are just some really cool shots. Getting inside a world-class vault would take a team of world-class thieves, a group of specialists, each member contributing their own particular talent. It was clear that the gang needed Murray back. Not only was Sly missing a lifelong friend, but his brute strength helped to get them out of more than a few scraps in the past. When Bentley was injured during the whole clockwork affair, Murray blamed himself, eventually leaving the team. They tried to console him, but going out on his own was something he needed to do. He said he wanted to find his spiritual centre. They got word that Murray ended up in the Australian outback, where he studied a mystic art called the Dreamtime from an Aboriginal guru. From all accounts, things went pretty well, and his teacher even sent him walkabout to locations all over the globe to complete the training. Latest reports had cited Murray in beautiful Venice, Italy, but what he's doing there is a mystery. Sly just hopes he steers clear of the local mob boss Octavio. Growing up, this guy used to be a real celebrity in the neighbourhood. Everyone loved to hear him sing opera and said he was destined to be the next great tenor. But just as his career started to take off, musical tastes changed. Suddenly it was all about rock music, and no one wanted to listen to opera anymore. He held on to a few fans, and it was these mobsters that took him into the business. Heading onto this guy's turf was dangerous, but worth it for a chance to make things right with Murray.
Sly Cooper and the gang in Opera of Fear.
The first episode takes place in Venice, Italy. That's right, Assassin's Creed 2. Sly did it first.
I wish you great success and hope you enjoy Venezia as much as she enjoys having you.
The core gameplay structure of Sly 3 is nearly identical to that of Sly 2. The hub world acts as a platforming playground where you can freely explore to your heart's content. Unfortunately, unlike in Sly 2, there isn't much to find in the hub worlds. The iconic green clue bottles have vanished, leaving nothing in their place. They are not in the hub worlds, nor are they in the mission levels. To some, this may be a godsend, as it can be tedious trying to find them all, especially when the last one is in plain sight the entire time but you keep running past it because you're legally blind. That can be annoying. But I personally enjoyed jumping around the world looking for clues in every nook and cranny. Even though the clues never awarded anything that I'd use much, it was still really satisfying to get 100% completion. But one thing that has remained the same is all of the missions, or as they are known in the Sly series, jobs are accessed via the hub world. There will be a little hologram icon of the character that needs to start the job. Bentley figures that the best place to start their search for Murray is the police headquarters. The police may have already caught him, or at the very least be aware of his presence in Venice. The police headquarters is quite a large and elaborate building, which makes it a great landmark to keep your bearings when moving around. This game does a great job of making the levels feel large without having a lot of unnecessary space. Platforming through the areas a few times is enough for you to get the lay of the land. The developers are obviously aware of this, as they do not include a minimap, as it's not needed at all. The Sly series may not have the biggest hub worlds, but they are some of the best in terms of layout and design. After crawling into the police station, Sly makes his way through the ventilation system to the room with the holding cell. Sly calls out for his friend, but instead of Murray being there, it is the character with one of the best theme songs ever, Dimitri! Dimitri would rather see Sly get arrested than tell him where Murray is, and starts to yell out to the cops nearby.
God! Policia!
Wait!
This is where we are introduced to one of the new gameplay mechanics of Sly 3, the conversation system. During some parts of the game, most notably during negotiations with other characters, you'll be given a speech bubble and a dialogue tree. You must select the option in the dialogue tree that resolves the current problem the best. Failing a conversation usually just means you get to choose from other available options, but there are a few exceptions. Now, this isn't dialogue choices like in Mass Effect or other games along that realm. There is one answer that the game is looking for, and that is the only one that would advance the story. So there are no branching paths or anything like that. This may appear to be a pointless system, but the game is more concerned with testing the player's comprehension of what is going on in the story. It's asking if you know enough about the characters to tell them what they want to hear. Pay attention. You need to pay attention. When talking with Dimitri, you can cycle through all of his dialogue without consequence, and I often do, just because he's such a fun character to talk to. He has the best lines.
Don't even try to understand the silky enigma of Dimitri.
To calm Dimitri down, Sly explains that if he is also arrested, no one will be there to bail Dimitri out. Dimitri responds that even if Sly does manage to open the cell door, he'll be caught on the way out and face harsher punishments for attempting to escape. Dimitri has a point. Sly eventually devises a plan. He'll distract the cops, and while they are all focused on him, Dimitri can simply walk out the door. Dimitri likes this idea, seeing it as an indirect act of vengeance. The cell key is kept in the head cop's office, so Sly quietly crawls his way to the head's office, who is none other than Carmelita Fox. Carmelita is giving a presentation to a group of mercenaries about the city's tar pollution. They know Octavio is responsible, but they lack direct evidence to make the arrest. After stealing the key, the lights begin having electrical problems and start flickering on and off. Sly hides under the tables in the room when the lights flicker on to avoid being seen and unlocks the cell door. The cell, however, has another lock, a dial. To get it open, you must slowly rotate the analog stick and wait until you feel the controller vibrate. When it does, rotate the opposite direction. The lock will be reset if you rotate too far. Once he was out, Dimitri told Sly that Murray would be waiting at Rialto Bridge.
Hello, assorted meatheads. And lady. Anyone feel like some exercise?
Cooper! Grab him, man!
And I'm out.
Carmelita chases Sly outside.
You've got some serious nerve showing up in my squad room.
I was concerned we were growing apart.
Then let's spend some quality time together in my interrogation cell.
So forward. What happened to the demure girl I used to know?
She grew up and stopped taking grief from guys like you.
Guys like me? Are you saying I've got some competition for your affections?
You're the only man in my sights right now.
Carmelita chases Sly as he jumps and runs across gondolas. He eventually makes his way to Rialto Bridge, where Murray is waiting. To lose the inspector, Sly and Murray jump into a manhole and shelter in the sewers, later emerging from one nearby. Sly tells Murray that he and Bentley needed him back on the team, and that Bentley doesn't blame Murray for him being in a wheelchair. Murray refuses, saying that the guru told him to lose himself, and not to return until the black water ran pure. So in order to get the Murray back on the team, Sly and Bentley will need to find a way to take out Octavio, who has been pumping tar into the waterway, but it seems the police are having trouble getting evidence of Octavio's tar scheme. With Sly's stealth skills, he sets out to snap some photos catching Octavio in the act. Hopefully with them, the cops will be able to prosecute him and put an end to his operation. Octavio comes into sight and begins pumping tar into a nearby fountain. Sly takes some photos and continues to tail him through the streets. Sly eventually catches him pumping tar into a fish tank, killing all of the fish inside. After gathering enough evidence, Bentley tells Sly to follow him a little longer to see what other heinous crimes he might get up to. Octavio makes his way to a large Ferris wheel. After getting on, he makes a phone call. Sly hangs onto the side of the seat and eavesdrops on the conversation. The person on the other end of the line is the builder of the Ferris wheel. The wheel has actually been used to pump the tar, but Octavio is still unsure if it will be enough to get things ready for his opera recital. The builder reassures him that it will be. Octavio hangs up and goes about his business, allowing Sly to crack into the Ferris wheel's control panel. Bentley soon arrives and rewires the engine, forcing it to speed up. The wheel spins off out of control, destroying a massive pump. After the completion of certain jobs, you will be returned back to the safe house. It works exactly the same as in Sly 2. From here, you can access the Thief Net to buy upgrades and switch between characters. One improvement made to the safe house is the ability to be able to see which characters have a job available without having to exit out into the hub world. A little hologram icon will be displayed above that character's head. Such a simple little quality of life improvement, but it does completely remove that little frustration that you would get in Sly 2, when you'd pick a character and not realise that they didn't have anything to do until after loading into the hub world. To find out exactly what Octavio is trying to gain from this whole task scheme, Sly and Bentley are going to break into Octavio's base of operations, the Opera House. They can't just go in the front door, so they enter through a hatch at the side of the building. And this is the first 3D section in the game that I did not play in 3D. At least not this time. In the original PS2 version of the game, each copy would come with a pair of 3D glasses. They were just cardboard, but they were made to look like Sly's eye covering. I remember using them as a kid and they were okay, but 3D has never really been that good, to be honest. Certain objects in the levels were only visible with the glasses on or something. I can't really remember. It's just a gimmick and it's completely optional. I usually would opt out, but I actually don't think 3D is an option in the version I played for this video. Sly and Bentley arrive at a door that can only be opened if both switches are pressed simultaneously. Bentley will perform a countdown in order to ensure proper timing. They eventually end up in a sewer section. Sly is easily able to climb and jump past all of the obstacles using the circle button, aka the do everything button, to create a way for Bentley to cross the water because he is a turtle and turtles are known for not being able to swim. Actually, Bentley is more of a tortoise, and a lot of tortoises cannot swim. And it's kind of scary that most people don't know that. Just imagine how many people take a tortoise to the water thinking they're helping them and they just drown. Now that I think about it, raccoons are pretty alright swimmers, and so are hippos, yet all three gang members take damage when they fall in water. Sly and Bentley finally make it to the control room, where Bentley begins to hack into an old computer, triggering the security switch. Octavio's reinforcements begin to arrive in the room. Sly easily dispatches them by striking them with his cane into the fire. You know, fun for the kids. Once Bentley is done, he and Sly make a quick escape. Thanks to Bentley's hacking skills, they now have information about Octavio's schemes. Before Bentley has time to formulate a plan from this newly acquired information, by monitoring local communications, he gets word that Octavio has hired some thugs to attack Carmelita while she is out on her daily patrols. Sly, very worried for Carmelita's safety, rushes to the canal where Bentley has hotwired one of the police boats. The boat is surprisingly fast, and there are obstacles all through the canal you need to avoid or destroy using the turret mounted to the boat. And yes, the boat can jump. Don't ask me how that works. You need to destroy Carmelita's pursuers before they reach her. While the turret does have infinite ammo, it will overheat if fired too frequently. This is quite a fun little minigame and actually works as a small tutorial that will help you with another mission later on in the episode.
I hope you realize that by saving Carmelita, we're only making our operation here more difficult.
Maybe so, but what's the fun in stealing if there's nobody trying to catch you? Besides, she's helped us out in the past.
That, and you've got a thing for her.
And I've got a thing for her. Look, I'll stash this boat. It might be useful for later. You stay out of trouble.
So according to the decrypted files, Octavio is pumping tar from underneath the fountains of the buildings so he can sink them into the canals on a whim. He's going to demonstrate this destructible ability to people of Venice during his opera recital on the first day of Carnival. To counter this threat, the gang will first need to destroy the balloons and sign advertising the recital. If no one shows up, he'll have no reason to sink a building. Next, the blueprints to the main tar vacuum have been cleverly split into 3 parts and hidden in local coffee houses owned by Octavio. Unfortunately, they're under constant guard, so Sly will need to use a disguise to get inside. Also, some big Vincenetti goons have been called on as insurance for the recital. The Cooper gang needs to find a way to get rid of them, and who better to help than Carmelita and her paralyzing pistol. Bentley leads a member of the Vincenetti gang to the police station. Meanwhile, Sly knocks on the front door of the station and insults the cops inside, using his terrible Italian accent.
Hey, all you fake cops, go home. We don't need no more stupid thugs in Venezia.
Lieutenant Gonk comes out and starts attacking the goon, but gets in trouble. Carmelita quickly emerges to help with her pistol in hand, and that pistol packs quite a punch. It is the most powerful attack in the game. She can one-shot most enemies. For the second time in the series, we get to take control of Inspector Fox. This time we get to freely move around in a third-person view, firing her pistol. Aiming is extremely easy. To hit an enemy, you just need to make sure it's within the giant square reticle. Even if they are only slightly within the sights, the shot will hone in on the enemy. Carmelita will naturally strafe, which is great when aiming at enemies, but does feel a bit awkward when you're just trying to run around. She is the exact opposite She is the exact opposite playstyle of Sly. She is loud and can just destroy everybody. Carmelita and her lieutenant take out the entire Vince and Eddie gang, making one less obstacle for the Cooper gang. Near the canal, Bentley and Murray have arranged to meet. Bentley tells Murray that he must destroy the tar drums around the city in order to make the black water run pure. Murray says he's given up his violent ways and is now committed to a peaceful existence. Bentley encourages him to help, the strong, outstanding hero he used to be. Murray says he's sorry for what happened with Clockler and that he tried his hardest to save Bentley, but ultimately he wasn't strong enough. Bentley tells him to get over it, adding that he's never blamed him for the wheelchair. The only thing he really wants is his friend back. To destroy the drums, Murray will need to use his new move, the Aboriginal ball form. Murray will roll up into a ball, and you need to time his jumps, so as soon as he hits the ground, you hit the jump button again. This will allow him to maintain higher bounces. The force of when he lands can take out enemies and destroy objects. Unfortunately, in the HD version, they significantly reduced the amount of height that Murray can reach. I have no idea why. Maybe it was just too fun. Once all of the tar drums are out of the picture, Sly and Bentley need to destroy the 2 balloons advertising Octavio's recital. Without the advertisements, no one will show up to watch him perform. Bentley takes over a fireworks stand. He has some bombs that Sly must take to the designated spots before the fuses run out and the bomb explodes. Because Sly can't just light the fuse when he gets here. Lighters are dangerous. He might burn himself. Just like in the second game, Sly can be in 2 states, low profile and high profile. When in low profile, he'll move slowly but quietly, so he can approach enemies without them noticing. In high profile, he will break out into a fast sprint, but the sound will alert nearby guards. One of the balloons gets caught on Octavio's garish sign, so Sly climbs his way up to break it loose. Meanwhile, back at the fireworks stand, Octavio breaks in and grabs Bentley. Octavio reveals that his mole in the police headquarters picked up Sly's pictures of him polluting Venice's water supply before the real cops saw them. Sly chases Octavio across town until they reach the opera house, at which point Octavio surrenders Bentley and flees into the building.
You okay, Bentley?
I'm fine. My ego's bruised, but it'll heal.
The preparations for the operation are almost complete. The last thing they need to do is steal the 3 blueprints for the main tar vacuum. They are hidden at 3 different coffee shops around the city, and each location has a guard stationed at the door. Sly has to don a Venice disguise and pretend to take the shift of each guard at the front door of each coffee house, so that Bentley can head inside and steal the blueprints. In Sly 3, Sly is now a master of disguise. At first this seemed kinda random, cause since when was Sly that reliant on disguises? He did wear one in India when the gang stole the Clockwork Wings, and he also donned one in Canada when trying to cheat at the Lumberjack games. But that's kind of it. Maybe it was just what Sly decided to specialize in, and that seems to be the case because they are used a lot more in Sly 3. Disguise is a new power-up that Sly can use out in the hub world and will also need to be used for a few jobs. In Venice, Sly will wear the attire of a Venetian cane corso guard, complete with a fancy purple and gold tailcoat and a bird mask. Whenever in disguise, Sly's movements are limited to walking in a very short jump. If Sly gets within a guard's line of sight, he will be asked to stop and provide one of several specific passwords. When this happens, Bentley will feed Sly the code via radio, consisting of a combination of the 4 face button icons. Sly is then required to input the password within a few seconds. If it is entered correctly and quickly, the guard will recognize Sly as one of their own. If Sly says the wrong word at any point or takes too long to give the password, the guard will expose Sly as a fake and attack him, forcing Sly to revert to his thief getup. If caught, Sly cannot attempt to fool any more guards until he either takes out all the guards or until he loses them. It's funny how Sly just doesn't really look the part like at all, and his accent is terrible.
Guessing you really like her cooking.
Mamma mia, I want to be buried in her sauce. It's heaven.
I can't believe that worked! You've got the worst Italian accent I've ever heard!
But that is just part of the joke. I'm really glad that the developers decided to expand on Sly's dressing up and hiding in plain sight to infiltrate the villain's turf. It allows Sly to actually have more interactions with villains and enemies. It helps to really flesh out the worlds and their inhabitants, and it's just fun to see the little interactions. When inside the coffee shops, there will be paintings on the wall with a code hidden within the picture. They are easy as hell once you know where the code is. It's the same for every playthrough, but I always really loved these as a kid. After collecting all 3 blueprints, Sly and Bentley are ready to execute Operation Tar Be Gone. The objective? Get Murray back on the team. Sly starts things off by using a disguise to sneak into the opera house. He makes his way to the pump room and lets Bentley in through the side entrance. Thanks to the blueprints they stole, Bentley knows just where to bomb to cripple the machinery. Then they go for Octavio's detonation switch. Bentley distracts the old mobster with the opera jewel, and it's just as great as it sounds.
La 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 la.
La, la, la.
You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard. Truthfully. It is absolutely terrible. You can't sing.
Sly hops onto the top of the stage, ready to cut the ropes to the chandelier to drop it on Octavio's head. To get Bentley to sing, you just need to press the correct place button at the right time. It's pretty much just the same minigame as the ballroom dance in Sly 2. Octavio draws closer and closer to Bentley throughout the recital, readying to finish him off. Once the recital ends, and right as Sly cuts the final rope, Carmelita crashes the party and shoots and destroys the chandelier before it hits Octavio. One of Octavio's men arrives in a boat and Octavio jumps in, still in possession of the detonation switch. Sly and Bentley hop into the police boat they used earlier and chase after them. It's a harder version of the boat chase that happened earlier in the level. It's great that the first boat chase acted as a sort of tutorial of this one. That way the build up to the climax can be maintained without the game having to interrupt you by teaching you how to do this segment. Bentley manages to shoot out the engine and they swerve out of control. Their boat jumps the curve and crashes into the stage. With Octavio beat, Sly bargains with him saying that they would ditch the cots together if he gives up the detonation switch. Murray is watching from the nearby rooftop. Octavio refuses and blows up a building at the edge of town. He then approaches Bentley and knocks him out of his wheelchair. Sly asks Murray for help as he has never seen anyone move that fast. Murray is still reluctant due to the promise he made to his guru. Sly tells him the water will clear up any minute and insists that they both take Octavio out.
You're right to be scared, Hippo. Your wheelchair friend should have been so smart.
Murray! Help!
That does it! I'll floss my teeth with your spine!
During the boss fight, Sly will open up valves to let tar run out onto the ground. This will slow Octavio down enough so Murray can punch him. Episode 1 plays out in a very similar way to those in Sly 2. However, this first episode acts as a sort of send-off for the old Cooper gang. This is their final operation that will involve only the original members. Murray finally knocks out Octavio, who then passes out.
The old guard's out, and a new generation steps in. That's right, stepping in, big time!
With the fight over, Sly and Murray went back and scraped Bentley off the pavement. It was touch and go for a while there, but they managed to sneak out right under Carmelita's nose. Octavio wasn't so lucky. The guy got 30 years behind bars for what he did to Venice. Italians don't like it when you sink their landmarks. Ironically, he found success as a singer while in jail. After all, most of his old fanbase was already in the clink. But the big score here was bringing their old pal back into the game. Once he put on those gloves and that mask, it was clear to everyone, most of all him, that the Murray had returned. At first, it seemed just like old times. The gang was back in action. But little by little, they learned that Murray's heart just wasn't in it. Without the guru's permission to give up on his Dreamtime training, he'd never really felt comfortable returning to the gang. They knew they needed to help him out. So the gang packed up their things, whipped up some quick disguises, and headed for the Australian outback. Along the way, Murray told them story after story about his teacher's amazing abilities. Apparently, this guru of his was capable of fantastic feats. He used the Dreamtime to blend perfectly into his surroundings and even gained mental control over the weak-minded. If even half the stories were true, then this was a guy Sly just had to meet. The gang needed to grow its ranks for a chance to get inside the Cooper Vault. And this guru, this outback mystic, was looking like the best recruit they could have ever asked for. However, when they finally arrived in the outback, Murray was shocked to find that things had changed, and the guru was nowhere to be seen.
Sly Cooper and the gang in Rumble Down Under.
This episode is often considered to be one of the worst in the entire series, and in a lot of ways I kind of agree, even though there are a few things that I really like about it. The Rumble Down Under has the habit of being almost too magical, but we'll get more into that when it comes up. The enemies wandering around the hub world are actually miners and have been tearing the place apart. The Guru spends most of his time in a small cave looking over the valley. When Sly makes it up to the cave, the Guru isn't there, so he heads over to the Guru's hut. Miners have left wall hooks that Sly can use to easily climb up. When using wall hooks, you must have Sly lean back for him to gain any height from them. They all seem to have preset heights that they will reach, so you don't have to worry about over or undershooting the jumps. But when he arrives, he sees that it's been ransacked and the Guru has been taken prisoner. Sly makes his way up to the stockade and finally found the Guru. Man, I see Guru so many times. He explained to the Guru, let's just say it again. He explained to the Guru that Murray was looking to be released from his training so he can return to the gang. Sly insisted on busting him out, but the Guru refused to leave without his walking stick and moonstone. He also wanted to meet with both Bentley and Murray individually before he would escape imprisonment. This is gonna sound really dumb, but as a kid I did not realize that the Guru was a koala. I just thought he was some purple ape thing. I don't know why it never clicked in my brain that he is a koala. I mean, I'd been to Australia multiple times at this point. I'd held a koala. There is something seriously wrong with my brain. Moving on. Because of Murray's limited jumping capabilities, he needs to make his way through one of the mines in order to get up to the stockade. Murray is of course the brawn of the gang. He is still the best at taking out enemies and can even pick up objects and guards and throw them. This is also how Murray can pickpocket them. Well, I guess it's not really pickpocketing, it's more like a shakedown, but you get what I mean. Bentley is able to do the same by using a magnet on the end of a rod. You still need to make sure to sneak up behind the guards, as it is impossible to pickpocket them when they are on high alert. Guards carrying valuables in their pockets will have a glow emanating from them. When you steal a high value item, you no longer need to return to the safe house to sell it on a thief net, as you will automatically receive the coins as soon as you steal it. While it's convenient to always know exactly how much money you have, I do miss the satisfaction of saving up all this loot and selling it all at once. On the way through the cave, Murray comes across a kangaroo miner wearing a mask, and this is where the weird magical elements start to amp up. The Mask of Dark Earth, believe it or not, is the main big baddie of this episode. I think the lack of a big personality villain is another weakness of this episode. Most episodes are defined by the main villain, and this one is just an evil mask that floats around. It has no distinct personality, we just know it's evil because the game says it is. The mask attaches itself to other entities and makes them larger and more aggressive. Murray takes out the kangaroo guy and the drill by throwing him into it. However, the mask is able to escape.
That mask can run! Mine can't do that.
When Murray makes it through the cave, there is a jump pad blocking the exit. By forcing his way through, there is now an easy way to get up to the stockade. Murray approaches the stockade to speak to his guru. He tells him he wants to be released from training and join back up with the gang. He also tells them they want him to join as well. He then promises him that he will help him escape and drive out the miners. To try and get rid of the miners out of Ayers Rock, Sly and Murray commandeer a big truck. They use it to catch some giant scorpions. I never liked this mission. In fact, there are a few missions in this episode that really drag it down for me. And they are all missions that divert from the core gameplay mechanics. To catch the scorpions, the truck needs to be flipped over on top of them. There is a bit of time pressure as you need to catch 20 before the truck tires get too hot. Water and running over blue scorpions will help keep them cool. The truck's controls are okay, but it does feel like it lacks weight. The Sly series has always had an issue with vehicles being floaty, and unfortunately the developers were never able to fix this issue.
Great job, Murray. Now back that truck full of scorpions up to the mine entrance and deliver that not-so-friendly payload.
No! Giant scorpions? Run for it, mates! Uh-oh!
The Guru has been left powerless since the miners have confiscated his walking staff and moonstone. Sly suspects that they are being stored in a cave where lots of miners have been seen coming in and out of. Using extensive use of the ninja spire jump and rail slide techniques, Sly is able to break into the safe holding the walking stick and the safe holding the moonstone. I've always loved the lighting effect on the moonstone. It looks both pretty and mystical. It also looks like it would taste nice. Bentley heads over to the Guru's stockade to give him his walking staff and moonstone. The Guru uses his staff to turn into an environmental object. This catches the guard's attention and causes him to hop inside the stockade to investigate. Once his back is turned, the Guru hops onto him and controls his mind and rams him into the gate. The Guru's basic controls are the same as the rest of the gangs. He can run, jump, and double jump. However, he is unable to attack or pickpocket enemies. He is an expert in the mystical art known as Dreamtime. One of his techniques also allows him to morph into common objects in order to blend in with his surroundings and avoid detection from enemies. The objects he turns into vary depending on the level. The Guru's most notable ability is the power of hypnosis, as seen when he controls the enemy by mounting himself onto their back. Using this ability as the Guru, we must find 4 guards and ram them into drills. When on the backs of enemies, they will always be running forward, so it pays to know where you are going beforehand, as hitting anything will cause the Guru to jump off. Once all 4 drills are down, he heads over to Wave Rock to destroy a giant grinder that is tearing up the rock. The generator linked to the machine is weak and can be destroyed pretty easily. The Guru rams 3 guards into the machine, making it explode and causing an electric bolt to run up the wire to the grinder and blow it up. The Guru is the first new member to join the team. As per the deal, the gang still needs to find a way to rid his homeland of the miners and deal with the Mask of Dark Earth. First, they enlist the aid of some local wildlife to help thin out the miners' ranks. As Murray, we must feed miners to the local giant crocodile, which is kind of morbid if you really think about it. That's why you shouldn't think. After feeding him enough, he takes a liking to the taste of miners and will start to chow down on them left and right. The second step is to hit up the local lemonade bar. If the gang can clear it out, it will surely hurt the miners' morale. This job is definitely one of the highlights of the entire game.
Listen up, dirtbags. Time to clear out. From now on, this bar is Cooper Gang turf.
Tough talk, wagger. But you ain't got no respect with us. We here are known around these parts for our drinking skills. And this just happens to be a lemonade bar.
Sly, I'm not sure this is such a good idea.
If a lemonade drinking challenge is what you had in mind, then the 3 of us will take on the best 3 lemonade drinkers you got.
Fair dinkum. Losers have to clear out.
In order to drink the lemonade, you just need to press any of the face buttons as quickly as possible. During this minigame, the speed of which a character can drink is actually more dependent on the character than how fast you can mash, as obviously Murray can drink a lot faster by default than Bentley is able to.
We win.
That's cheating. Why, the turtle spilled more than he drank. Round here, there's only one thing we do with cheaters. Turn on the fence, Bruce. It's time we gave these cheaters a beating.
Aussies. No surprises there.
Combat hasn't really changed much from the second game. The characters still have a health meter that goes down when a character takes a hit or misses a jump. When fighting, Sly will use his cane, and it has some new attacks that can be charged up. There are 3 levels of this attack, and it is really hard to tell the damage difference between the 3. They honestly feel a bit redundant. Oftentimes when fighting, the best thing to do is to try and hit enemies into environmental hazards.
Finally, that guy was the mask. It's getting away?
We might have cleared out this bar, but that mask is sure to keep making trouble for us. We need to destroy it.
For the final preparations, Sly uses some mining equipment to drill for radioactive oil deep beneath the dried lake bed. Another job that I really don't like because it strays too far away from the core mechanics. Most of the time is spent waiting for the enemies to appear so you can throw them into the fence. Boring. Definitely a low light of the game. This episode is just filled with ups and downs.
The pressure differential should draw the deep uranium-enriched glowing oil to the surface. We'll need to be extremely careful in retrieving a small sample.
Fly, look at me! I'm glowing! Woo!
With all the preparations complete, the gang is ready to take on Operation Moon Crash. First, the helicopter needs to be eliminated. While it refuels, it is the Guru's job to destroy it. The helicopter has a sensor that can pick up the Guru's moonstone, which could have led to his capture in the first place. The helicopter will fly up if he is discovered, putting it out of reach. In order to pull off this task, the Guru needs to point the guards in its direction before jumping off their backs. The helicopter crashes after getting rammed by 3 guards, killing everyone inside. Okay, there was no one inside. I mean, is it really any more morbid than the crocodile, sorry. According to Aboriginal folklore, the Mask of Dark Earth is the sworn enemy of the moon spirit. So given Murray's moon shape, the glowing oil should trick the mask. Murray is poised to destroy the mask by dropping from a crane after being covered in radioactive oil.
Behold, the moon spirit rises!
Unfortunately, Carmelita has discovered the gang's whereabouts and is currently patrolling the area in search of them. The gang needs to keep their distance from her and to keep an eye out for the mask, as they can't postpone the heist. The mask is creeping closer, and the Guru then signals to Murray, who sees the flashlight dingo in the mask. When the dingo approaches, Murray jumps from the crane and crushes it. Once again, the mask miraculously survives destruction, and then everything quickly goes downhill as it becomes attached to Carmelita.
Cooper! Thought I'd find you here.
Carmelita, you've got a little something on your face.
It's not nice to make fun of a girl's looks. Maybe I should smash you!
Bentley shoots Carmelita with 5 sleep darts to try and sedate her as she chases Sly throughout the level. However, the darts' chemicals appear to react with the mask, increasing her size even further. Sly watches in disbelief as she quickly grows to monstrous proportions. You just know, somewhere out there, someone is getting off on this. The group piles into the big truck in the hopes of putting some distance between themselves and her. She follows them as they drive back to Ayers Rock. After arriving, she runs after them while carrying a rig of explosives. To get her to back off, Sly must once again deploy the claw to keep the bombs from exploding on the truck. The group tries to outrun her, but she is too huge for that, so they have to try something else. They need a plan on how to approach Carmelita's face and remove the mask.
Pry off that mask of Dark Earth, and maybe we'll get back the Carmelita we all know and love.
I do not love her!
Okay, not the point. It's all about taking off that mask. We gotta find a way up there.
You're the climber, and I'm sure you've always wanted to get closer to her. Can't get much closer than climbing up her bootlaces.
That's not a crazy idea.
Sly then ascends up Carmelita. You just know that somewhere out there, someone is getting off on this. There is one hook on each side that secures the mask. The Sly series has always had supernatural elements to it, like ghosts and stuff like that, but this whole mask fiasco feels like it's taking it a little bit too far. I know it sounds weird saying that about a world filled with anthropomorphic animals, but it doesn't really fit into the pre-established rules of this universe. It also doesn't help that this episode doesn't really add much to the overall plot, aside from recruiting the Guru. None of the gang members ever bring it up again, and Carmelita doesn't remember Sly saving her, so it doesn't forward their relationship either. Carmelita swats at Sly and breaks the hooks when he is hanging from them. The mask comes off and Carmelita returns to her normal size. Her mercenaries congregate around the mask firing at it, and eventually cause it to explode. Carmelita just lay there, unconscious, helpless on the desert floor. Being gentlemen, the gang kept watch over her throughout the night. Her camera proved to be a real source of entertainment as they took turns posing. They didn't want her to go home empty-handed. Morning broke and they got a clear view of the landscape. It was beautiful, empty of the miners that had been digging and drilling into the sacred place. The moment was broken as Carmelita began to stir, and they prepared for another quick exit. Only this time, it wasn't just the 3 of them. For the first time in Cooper Gang history, they picked up a new member, and the team would never be the same. Bentley was obsessed. Every night he'd pore over the blueprints to Dr. M's fortress, looking for a way to get into the Cooper Vault. He soon came to the conclusion that there was no way inside unless the gang picked up a dedicated RC specialist, an expert who had mechanical and piloting skills far exceeding his own. After weeks of searching techie chat rooms, he finally found someone who could keep up with him intellectually, a gearhead genius out of Holland named Penelope. She politely declined the invitation to join the team, saying she only works for the best. Apparently her idea of the best was her boss, the Black Baron, a big-time dogfighting champ up there in Holland. He's so good that he's even set up an international competition called Aces to attract worthy opponents. A few days later, she sent a counter-offer. If the gang could manage to beat the Black Baron at his own game, then she'd know that they weren't just a pack of jokers and therefore worth her time. So they got busy. With no time to lose, Bentley and Murray worked to put a plane together, while Sly got his pilot's license the fastest way possible. They'd prove to this Penelope that the Cooper gang was up for the challenge, even if they were making it all up as they went along.
Sly Cooper and the gang in
Flight of Fancy.
Episode 3 uses a lot more of the new dialogue mechanic, as whenever the gang is in the hotel lobby, they will be in disguise and conversing with the other pilots. And there are also a couple of familiar faces here. Both Mugshot from Sly 1 and Dimitri from Sly 2 are here for the competition. It's really cool that they managed to find a way to reuse these characters, because they are both real highlights from their respective games. The Cooper gang's chances of winning the competition would improve if they had a better understanding of the other teams. In the past, before dogfights, teams would sabotage each other's planes. The secret location of the flight roster was implemented to prevent any future mishaps. However, the flight roster was not kept from the event staff. Dimitri, who was hired to provide colourful commentary during the dogfights, likely knows of the whereabouts of the roster. In the hotel lobby, Sly locates Dimitri and questions him to try and get him to divulge the roster's location. Dimitri, however, remains silent for fear of being ousted to the Black Baron and losing his job. Sly gives him some words of encouragement, telling him that a man with his superior fashion sense could take on the Black Baron. This restores Dimitri's confidence in his ability to outwit the Baron. He will tell Sly where the roster is if he agrees to owe him a favour. And this is no small time favour like,
will you water my fish or feed my plant? No way, bro! This old school mafia blood pack favor, like movies, big time.
After Sly accepts the deal, Dimitri instructs him to find the safe in the Baron's ear hanger by looking behind one of the paintings. The Black Baron then walks into the hotel lobby to greet the pilots participating in this year's Aces competition. He then brought up the antics of the previous teams and made it clear he would no longer put up with it. He went over the hotel's policies, including what would happen if you were to sneak out of the building after dark.
If my guards catch you outside, you will be beaten to within an inch of your life.
No exceptions! This will be a fair competition!
Sly removes his disguise and climbs the hill to the Baron's castle. With the drawbridge raised, Sly has to use his climbing skills to ascend to the control panel. Sly overheard the Black Baron contemplating how much harder the competition had gotten, and how he might not win this time. When Sly makes it to the top, Bentley is waiting at the bottom to have him lower the drawbridge. There is no switch, however there is a catapult. Sly knocks it down so Bentley can use it to springboard his way up. Sly then returns to the safe house while Bentley finishes up inside the Baron's hangar. In Sly 3 there are a lot more jobs where you'll be switching between multiple characters. In the last game this was mostly only reserved for the final heists of each episode. I'm really glad they decided to double down on this feature, as it was really underutilized in Sly 2. Unfortunately there's still the issue of having to start each job as a certain character, even though the game is clearly capable of being able to switch between characters on the fly. After unlocking a second painting, Bentley finds the roster inside and takes it with him back to the safe house. According to the Aces flight lineup, the gang will be flying against Team Iceland and Team Belgium in tomorrow's semi-final round. Unfortunately they only have a single plane, while the opponents will be flying 15 apiece. That's 30-to-1 odds. In order to give them a fighting chance, they'll need to pit these two teams against each other. First, Murray and Sly paddle through the sewers beneath town to get access to the air vent leading into Team Iceland's hotel room. To row you have to tap the X button. You'd think there would be some sort of rhythm to it, but no, you can just tap it as fast as you want. The boat can build up quite a bit of speed. Turning can be a bit finicky, but it isn't all that bad. Once Sly is inside, he must make his way quietly through the hotel room, making sure not to trigger any of the makeshift alarms placed all around. He steals one of the Iceland's trademark Viking helmets. Then Murray heads over to Team Belgium's hangar. He vandalizes one of the aircrafts and plants the helmet in order to frame Team Iceland for the damage. Next, the whole gang works together to plant one of Team Belgium's gold-laced monogrammed handkerchiefs in an armoured truck housing Team Iceland's lucky ice sculpture. Bentley pickpockets the handkerchief with the help of Murray.
I need help!
And Sly is able to swap it out with the ice sculpture thanks to the newest team member, the Guru, being able to burst open the armoured van, effectively framing Team Belgium for the theft. Sly 3 does its best to utilise the different gang members into the missions. Many people find this a downside, and I do see where this criticism comes from, as Sly does end up taking a bit of a backseat, but that is kind of the point. Narratively anyway. Bentley and Murray are preparing for the Aces semi-finals by setting up security in the Cooper hangar when Mugshot barges in.
Greetings, troglodytes! Didn't think I forgot about Mace's City, did you?
Murray fights with Mugshot's guards and uses a switch to hit Mugshot with an engine, forcing him to retreat. Bentley activates the security system to stop more guards from entering. It's a remake of the minigame seen in the crypts of Sly 2. You just have to activate the traps at the right time. He calls Penelope for backup and she uses her RC chopper to defend the hangar. Her RC chopper gameplay is pretty much the same as Bentley's in Sly 2. I know I keep saying it's the same as in Sly 2, but you get what I mean. After the attack, they thank Penelope and continue with their preparations for the Aces semi-finals. Now it's time for some flying. And I hate it. No, I'm kidding. It's okay, but only okay. Sly 3 has so many different gameplay types that none of them end up being particularly compelling, apart from the platforming, which as always is just perfection. Despite Bentley explaining during the mission briefing that the odds are 30 to 1, it is actually 25 to 1, because there are only 25 planes to take out, not 30. Oops. Thanks to all the sabotaging the gang done beforehand, Sly will basically never get attacked by the other pilots. Thanks to Sly's flying, the team is officially in the Aces finals, even though they only had to fly once. Their next opponents are Team Mugshot and Team Black Baron. The rules in the finals are a bit different than normal. Whoever takes out the defending champ gets the title. The only real competition will be Mugshot himself, so they decide they need to remove him from the competition, and they do it in the greatest way possible. Bentley picks a fight with Mugshot by insulting his mother.
Your mother was a broken down tub of junk with more gentleman callers than the operator.
Nobody talks that way about my mother! Nobody! Okay, little broken down runt. Looks like you're gonna get broken down even more.
Mugshot agrees to meet Bentley at the town square in 5 minutes for their fight. Bentley leaves the hotel and gives Sly the go-ahead to lure Carmelita to the square. Mugshot soon notices Carmelita still holding a chip on his shoulder from when she arrested him in Mesa City. Dares her to try and arrest him again. Carmelita is more than happy to oblige. I love this setup. Carmelita always makes a great addition to an episode. Once again, she is a different voice actress. Third time's the charm, as they say. Although I much prefer the actress from the second game. This actress does emote better in some cases, but I don't really get the different accent. I don't like it, but most people don't like my accent either, so who am I to talk?
That you? I'm sorry. I didn't know they was yours.
Booking this idiot'll take all night. Oh well, I'm sure Cooper won't make his move anytime soon.
Even with Mugshot out of the way, the Baron won't be so easy to deal with. He commands an enormous team of flyers, and has been known to bring in a squad of blimp gunships when things look grim. The answer? Drugs. Now I don't mean take performance enhancing drugs. They drug a wolf and use it to take out the guards in the area, as they are also the Baron's pilots. Obviously. The wolf is the same case as the bears in Sly 2. It is an animal that is an animal that is like the animals in our world, even though the people are animals. All joking aside, the art style of the animals are sharper featured, and it is really obvious from a glance that they are different from the rest of the cast. The graphics in Sly 3 have been given a small but noticeable upgrade. Some of the HUD elements look a lot better, even though they don't fill up the screen in the HD collection. Whatever, I don't care. And everything else is pretty much the same as it was in Sly 2, with one major change that really distinguishes the atmosphere of Sly 3 from that of Sly 2. And that is the utilization of colour. The saturation has been turned up in Sly 3, which has resulted in some stunning looking levels. It is incredible how, despite the fact that all of the hub worlds take place during the night, none of them have a gloomy or depressing atmosphere. They are all very striking in their own way. All of the characters have amazing designs, and their personalities and skills all match up well with their animal personas. For the final step, Bentley needs to hack into the aircraft control tower to intercept any messages the Baron sends to his gunships. Even though Bentley is now in a wheelchair, he has never been more mobile. The modifications that he's made to the chair have essentially made him into a cyborg. He has an amazing triple jump that allows him to reach heights even higher than that of Sly's. Bentley has definitely become much more confident in his capabilities. Where before he was extremely nervous when going out into the field, right from the get-go, he gets out there and even performs some of the more dangerous aspects of jobs. While still physically the weakest of the original 3 gang members, his use of bombs and other new gadgets really makes up for it. Whereas in the last game I kinda dreaded going out in the hub world as Bentley, in Sly 3 he's way more fun to play as. It also helps that Sucker Punch did improve upon making the hub worlds much better for other members besides Sly to get around. I especially love the layout of the Holland hub world. It's divided into little districts and it's pretty much impossible to get lost. Hub worlds now have traps that you can set off to take out guards. They suck and I never use them. I hope they weren't the replacement for the clue bottles, or I'm gonna be pissed. Bentley still has these twin stick shooter hacking jobs and they are still very meh. They control fine, but they are just too simplistic to be much fun. After hacking the first 3 computers, he heads over to the aircraft control tower to hack the last computer, but the code becomes unstable, causing one windmill to spin too fast. Its propeller then comes loose and spirals all over the place and hurls into the dike, creating a hole and letting the water fill into the stream. Bentley thinks this system bug will come in handy during Operation Turbo Dominant Eagle. To begin the heist, Sly climbs to the highest point of the highest... that's not what it says. To begin the heist, Sly climbs to the highest point of the Baron's castle. Sly sneaks onto each gunship and covertly plants the trackers while the 2 teams are busy fighting in the B-Champ round. The trackers are quite delicate, so it's important to store them at a high altitude, which means do not fall. I swear I messed this up so many times. I don't remember having this much trouble as a kid. I'm like regressing. The paraglider makes a return in Sly 3 and it is definitely one of the best gadgets in the game. And you can also get it a lot earlier in this game. I think you can get it as early as the start of episode 2. Or maybe partway through episode 2. I can't quite remember. It's early anyway. Sly returns to the team hangar to get ready for the finals after installing the trackers on each gunship. While Sly gets the plane ready to take off, Murray has to use the rowboat to dismantle the 3 supports for the radio antenna. Although the falling planes present a significant risk, they also provide ideal cover. The Baron will need an unscrambled radio frequency to call on the gunships for help now that the building has been demolished. Bentley has a secret weapon ready in the form of a windmill blade just in case. At this time, Sly is positioned atop the ramp, ready to take off. When he reaches the arena, he looks for the Baron's airship, a black one with flashing lights. When his plane has been damaged enough, the Baron then sends for his gunships and an extra plane. Bentley hacks one of the windmills in the area, sending the blade hurling towards the gunships and bringing them crashing down to the ground. For the kids. The Baron then realizes he needs to fix his plane and flies it above his jet wing so he can hop on. Sly comes swooping in to intercept him.
Oh no you don't, you weasel.
Weasel? Am I?
I beat you. Your biplane is in pieces.
We're both still airborne, aren't we?
Since no one has declared victory, they decide to have a fist fight on the plane's wing to determine who will get the prize. This fight is a bit of a pain if you don't know the Baron's attack pattern. He will counterattack if you attack at the wrong time. Partway through he will call upon some of his guards, but they can be easily dealt with by knocking them off the side. It's also a good opportunity to get some health back. Once you have the attack pattern down, he's not too bad. Sly's last strike on the Baron causes his disguise to fall off. The truth about the Baron's identity is finally revealed to be Penelope. She confides in Sly how glad she feels, saying that she knew someone would eventually figure it out. When Sly inquires as to the rationale, she opts to wait until landing so that the two can have their discussion on safer ground. It was quite a revelation. Penelope and the Black Baron were one and the same, but before everyone could even process this turn of events, they were rushed to the winner's circle. Somehow, against all odds, the gang became this year's champions. There was a bit of an awkward moment between Bentley and Penelope. Sly guessed the photos they'd sent each other over the internet were a bit exaggerated. That night, Penelope explained that the disguise was invented to get her past the Dogfighting League's strict age requirements. However, after winning, the Baron became a celebrity, and she found herself putting on the costume more and more often. But now, with the Black Baron out of the picture, she was free to take up a new path, and she joined the gang without hesitation. The next day, the newest recruit treated the gang to a week-long aerial tour of Holland. She was fitting in just fine. After a careful analysis of Dr. M's fortress, Bentley came to a difficult conclusion that his demolition skills just weren't going to be enough. If the gang wanted to get inside the Cooper Vault, they'd have to recruit a full-time demolition specialist. However, Bentley's proposed candidate was a shock. Sly's old enemy, the Panda King. As a member of the original Fiendish Five, he had a part in taking out Sly's dad and stealing pages of the Thievius Raccoonus. Eventually Sly caught up with him and claimed back what had been stolen. There was no way Sly was going to let that monster on his team. But Bentley was firm. He discovered the Panda King had left his life of crime and was now a monk, living a life of quiet meditation high up in the mountains. Sly wasn't at all convinced, but there was no denying that he had the skills the team needed if they were to succeed. So the gang packed up, put on their disguises and headed east to China. This episode starts differently from the others as it doesn't go directly to the hub world. Instead it has this isolated level that the gang must traverse in order to reach the Panda King. It's very similar to the levels before the hub worlds in Sly 1. I'm not sure if it was an intentional callback to those levels, but in my headcanon, it is. Sly cautioned the gang to stay on guard. In his opinion, the Panda King was just as dangerous as ever. However, Bentley disagreed and remarked on his calmness. Murray complained that his feet hurt from the long walk up the mountain. He noted that back when the gang had the Cooper van, they never had to walk anywhere. Bentley calls out. However, the Panda King is deep within a meditative state, so they will need the Guru's help to be able to converse with him. But first they need to find a way up to get to the shrine. Murray is the first to get up there by using his aboriginal ball form to bounce up. Then Sly is able to spiral jump up with the help of Penelope. Using her RC car, she splits the bamboo shoots to create more points for him to jump on. The RC car is a bit stiff to control. This is mostly felt when turning. It feels like it doesn't turn enough for the direction that you hold the analog stick in. But then it can turn really sharp when starting from a standstill. It just feels really weird. Because of this, I found myself stopping and starting a lot just to move in the exact direction that I wanted. This isn't much of an issue here because it's in an open area and there is zero time pressure, but this will become an issue in later missions. The RC car has a little turret on it that can use to split the bamboo. Despite me not really liking the gameplay of the RC car, this mission is well structured in introducing the mechanics to the player. I just don't care for it. Bentley, Penelope and the Guru need to stabilise the nearby pinwheels in order to reach Sly and Murray. Bentley shoots the inactive rockets on the two pinwheels with his sleep darts. Once they are all lit, the Guru uses the other rocket found on top of the Panda King's home to detach them from the support beams. One pinwheel lands on the ground below, serving as a makeshift elevator, and the other blows down the bridge leading to the Panda King's shrine. They then take the elevator to the top. This mission does a great job at reminding the player as to why the gang is being expanded. If it weren't for the new members, it would have been a lot harder, or maybe even impossible, for Sly, Bentley and Murray to get the job done. Sly sits beside the Panda King as the Guru joins their minds together. Sly, now in a trance, finds himself in a familiar situation, confronting the Panda King in order to reclaim his Thievius Raccoonus pages. This is something that can only be done in a video game. We get to replay a boss fight from the first game. It plays exactly the same, but this time Sly is stronger thanks to his increased skill and health, showing how far he's come since their first fight. But the Panda King has been unable to move on from the humiliation of being defeated by Sly years prior. Fighting does nothing to help the situation, and the only way to bring the Panda King out of his trance is by talking to him.
We both know why you're here. You're fixated on the moment of your greatest defeat. I beat you. And forever after, you've wondered how it all fell apart.
I hate you, Sly Cooper. You've ruined me. Ruined the Panda King.
And I've hated you. But that doesn't make any of this real. Years have passed, and we've both changed. Come out of this trance. Let's meet each other as we are today and let go of who we were when this fight occurred.
You are correct. Forgive me. My mind is not always my own.
The Panda King wasn't any more excited about the notion of him joining the gang than Sly was. If it weren't for the guru, who for some reason really hit it off with the old guy, the whole deal would have been a bust. The gang could see the anger in the Panda King's eyes as he recounted how he lost a member of his own family, a daughter who was abducted by a powerful general from the northern mountains. She was to be the bride in a forced marriage to this unscrupulous ruler, and the Panda King was exiled. The gang agreed to help him recover his lost daughter in exchange for his skills in the Cooper Vault job. Sly still wasn't convinced that this was a good idea, but a deal's a deal.
Sly Cooper and the gang in A Cold Alliance.
It's at this point we finally get to explore the hub world of this episode. The series has visited China before in Sly 1, and this hub world does share the snowy mountain setting. Thankfully there is no ice physics or anything, so the platforming remains as satisfying as it usually is. At the centre point of the map is General Tsao's palace, one of the most important locations of this episode. The palace is surrounded by large walls. It has several guards patrolling around it. The guards in Sly 3 have seen a very minor change than that in Band of Thieves. The smaller guards now have more health, but are no longer knocked back, allowing for more damage to be dealt. This means less waiting around for them to run back into the fight, but with the lack of knockback, it is harder to throw them off the side of platforms, and they do have more of an opportunity to counterattack. Carmelita is also patrolling the grounds too. You still are unable to damage her, just like in the last game, but you are able to pickpocket her. Bentley pretends to be a wedding planner in the hopes that General Tsao will hire him so that he can learn more about the upcoming wedding of Tsao and Jing King. Tsao, on the other hand, believes he is able to handle all wedding planning, but he needs a professional photographer. Bentley recommends Sly, but Tsao won't hire him without samples. Sly dons yet another disguise and goes to take a few photos of the guards. This job is a bit of a homage to the recon missions in the second game, though they could be considered to be a bit repetitive. I did really like the recon missions, and I do feel like Sly 3 does a great job in expanding on the idea. Instead of the recon just taking place in a single area, the game will often have Sly moving from location to location. When Sly goes to see Tsao, he also takes a few shots of the rooster.
You have a strong sense of, compositional regularity and, force perspectivism. These are adequate. You may have the honor of photographing my wedding.
What a dick. I mean cock. Tsao hires Sly after seeing his portfolio. Sly thanks Tsao and promises to make it a memorable wedding. Penelope picks up on a mysterious signal, so Murray goes to check it out. When he reaches the location, it turns out to be the team van, which was last seen floating away in Canada, and somehow ended up in China?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Murray is determined to get the van back, so Penelope uses her RC chopper to drag the van to the shore, where Murray smashes the ice that is encasing it. The area begins to be swarmed by enemies, and Penelope does her best to help Murray get the van back to the safe house, but her chopper runs out of fuel, but Murray refuses to abandon the van again.
I will not! I will never leave her behind again!
His determination has touched Panda King, and he decides to help Murray using a turret. I wish this wasn't a turret section. It would have been far more impactful if the Panda King went out in person to help Murray, and also would be more fun than a turret section.
Well done, Hippo. You've lit the flames in my soul. I feel awake for the first time in years.
No! Thank you, Panda King. You can ride in my van anytime. You got shotgun for like a month.
A great honor. I accept.
The gang needs to get some more information about the wedding, so Bentley and Sly steal 2 keys simultaneously to get into Tsao's place of business. Using his new grapple cam, Bentley lures the guards into helping him bypass the Bentley lures the guards into helping him bypass the security. Sly 3 features a lot of new moves and gadgets, but most of them are optional. They are brought from the thief net, and more will become available as you progress through the game. they still use the same brown poopy meter under the health bar. And once again, the game is still really vague about how much a gadget actually uses. The optional gadgets are really outshone by the mandatory ones, like the grapple can, that they almost seem pointless. I mean, why not use the grapple can for everything? You can move it to pretty much anywhere you want, it can lure guards, explode, and later on it even has a turret. Bentley proceeds to the upper level, hacks into the computer, and gets access to the purchase records for the wedding. During Bentley's mission briefing, he realizes that General Sal somehow found the location of the team's safe house, and not only that, he managed to break in and steal Bentley's computer with all of their plans on it. Bentley begins to panic. This is where Sly steps up and quickly comes up with an impromptu plan to get the mission back on track. Bentley broke into Sal's palace, hacked his computer, and found info on the secret passage located under the prayer bell, then a walk across the heavens. Bentley manipulated the prayer bell that teleports Sly and the Guru to a cliff. Using some Dreamtime powers, the Guru and Sly use levitation to reach a cave. The cave leads to an old battlefield filled with bamboo. For whatever reason, the game's audio glitched out during this section.
Ah, the famous Sly Cooper.
Which really sucks because this is one of the most atmospheric. I can't say it. Which really sucks because this is one of the most atmospheric fights in the entire series, and it was ruined. This reminds me a lot of the wire fighting scene in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I have no doubt that this is a direct reference to the film. It came out at the right time, didn't it? When did that movie come out? Like 2003? I don't know, I'd have to Google it. This fight actually has two phases to it. Once Sal takes enough damage, the fight will continue on the ground. General Sal is a cock both literally and figuratively. He's one of those guys who has to convince people that they are better than everyone. He's the guy that if you tell him that you have a girlfriend, then he has two girlfriends that can fly or something. We all know a guy like that. And if you're thinking, I don't know anyone like that, then that guy is you. General Sal is obsessed with his family line, believing it to be superior to any others. He wishes to force the Panda King's daughter, Jin King, to marry him in order to create an even stronger lineage. So pretty much eugenics.
But she doesn't want to marry you.
She's a woman. She doesn't know up from down.
There are only a few interactions with this guy, but they do a great job in conveying how much of a dick he is. Despite him having a limited screen time, he becomes quite a memorable villain, and even manages to get one up on the gang when he breaks into the safe house and takes Bentley's computer that has all of the gang's plans on it. Sly goes to finish Sal off, but he throws a smoke bomb in Sly's face and escapes. The gang has their computer back, but all of their plans have been compromised, so there is still some prep work that needs to be done before they can rescue the Panda King's daughter. Because General Sal is such a bastard, the gang have now decided that they are going to empty out the treasury too, just for shits and giggles. They will need the team van for this. Unfortunately, its battery is dead from spending all that time frozen. To charge it, Sly needs to run around the streets and place it in charging stations. Partway through, Sly gets shot down by Carmelita, but this actually helps to charge the battery. After a failed attempt to open a strongbox containing phone wires that could tap into Sal's communications, Penelope rescues Murray from execution using her RC chopper. This job does feel like a bit of filler. In fact, there are a few jobs that feel like this. I think the developers felt that they needed to make more use of the new characters. This is kind of at its worst with Penelope because she was supposed to be a bit of a mystery in the last episode, so we didn't get to see her much. So they try to make up for it in this episode, but this episode really should have been focusing on the Panda King. Thankfully, the final job before the heist features both Sly and the Panda King working together.
Fear not, Cooper. I shall not kill you this day.
Ditto.
There are fireworks stashes all around the area that Sal has locked away. Sly can easily unlock them, allowing the Panda King to use explosives to destroy the Jiangxi vampires resurrected by General Sal. Yes, vampires are canon in the Sly universe. There were crypts and stuff in the other games, so... Oh, but no, they were werewolves. They're actually quite creepy. Not gonna lie, they scared me a bit as a kid. Before heading out, the Panda King has a conversation with his past self in the mirror. He is still conflicted about working with Sly. His past self has no desire to go through with this, saying that he is the strength that used to be the once glorious Panda King. The Panda King explains that they will become the father Jin King needs if they work together, and if it weren't for that, Sal would be an ideal son-in-law. He realizes that he must let go of his legacy of being the glorious Panda King in order to get what is best for not only him, but his family. This all happens with Sly being none the wiser. So far in Sly 3, it has become very evident that Sly isn't as much of a focus than he was in the past titles, but the challenges and growth that the other characters go through are also lessons that Sly can reflect upon to also grow as a character. And this one mission with the Panda King is the most significant, as it mirrors Sly's journey of self-discovery. But you only realise this after finishing the game, so I guess it's a spoiler? The Panda King has a launcher mounted on his back that he will load up with fireworks and fire them at enemies. The more fireworks loaded into the launcher, the more that he can fire at the same time. The only thing you need to be careful of is that if you take too long to launch the fireworks, they will go off on the Panda King's back and damage him. You are able to lock onto multiple enemies at a time. You just have to aim the camera in the general direction and the game will lock on. The soft lock on doesn't always target exactly what you think it will, but because you can target so many at the same time, the likelihood of missing is very low. The Panda King also has some hand-to-hand combat moves, but his main form of attack is the fireworks, as the missions he participates in revolve around that. The Panda King is definitely one of the funner new members to control, but it still ain't platforming, and that's what I like the most. While the Panda King deals with the vampires, Sly breaks into the 3 fireworks caches and gives the goods to the Panda King.
We're making a pretty good team. This is the last of the fireworks. Put them in the crypt and kaboom! No more hopping vampires.
Yes, this ordinance will suffice.
They're gonna be fangs everywhere! Right. I'll just head back to the safe house.
Yes, do that.
He heads up to the crypt and blasts it sky high. With the crypt destroyed, the vampires are no longer a threat, and everything is in place for Operation Wedding Crasher. Sly made his way up to General Sal's treasure temple. Sly heads inside to let Penelope and Murray in through the front door before leaving for his rendezvous with the Guru and Panda King. Penelope uses her RC chopper to sneak past the temple's security nodes to get to the computer controlling the security system. I bloody hate driving. They end up having to destroy all the nodes anyway. Once Penelope destroys them all with her car's turrets, the lasers at the entrance disappear, allowing the two to head up to the temple's dragon statue, which is where the hatched door to Sal's treasure is. They open the door and Penelope heads inside to inspect the treasure room. She observes that there is plenty of loot, but the temple's foundation is weak and unstable. Meanwhile, Sly makes his way to the entrance of General Sal's palace, where the Guru and the Panda King were waiting underneath. Before heading inside, Sly places a calling card at the entrance. After Sly contacts the Panda King and the Guru to let them know he was in position. The vases around Sly are used in an ancient Chinese security technique to detect underground thieves. The Panda King is using his fireworks to blast his way into Jin King's bridal chamber. The vibrations from the fireworks shake the building and make the vases unstable. Sly has to prevent any of them from falling and tripping the alarm. I always hated this segment as a kid. It just made me feel really anxious, and I wasn't even an anxious kid or anything. It's weird what things trigger you sometimes. Once the Panda King and Guru get into the bridal chamber and rescue Jin King, Sly enters the palace main room and informs Bentley that it was his turn now. Bentley uses his grapple cam to lure Carmelita, who is patrolling the streets, to the front of the palace, where Sly left his calling card. Bentley then waits just below the temple for Murray and Penelope to drop the loot down. Carmelita notices the calling card and goes inside the palace to investigate. She spots Sly dressing up as General Sal and conversing with Bentley via the radio about their secret plan Alpha before he left out the side door. Carmelita decides to take the place of the bride and arrest the gang during the wedding. She goes into Jin King's now vacant bridal room and disguises herself as the bride. Afterwards, General Sal comes in to investigate the vibrations that were disturbing his meditation. Not knowing his unwilling bride was already freed, he then left for his treasure temple. By the time Sal left, the Panda King and the Guru were waiting in the Cooper van with Jin King. Murray and Penelope just finished opening the treasure room in the temple. Murray, unable to contain his excitement and wary of the fact that Sal was coming, thunder flopped down into the treasure room. The flop destroys the temple's unstable foundations and causes Murray and Penelope to fall through the ground with the treasure. As the rest of the temple falls into the water, Sal runs towards the temple. Realizing what happened, Sal curses the gang for destroying his family's temple. Murray launches the treasure chest down to Bentley. Outraged, Sal summons the temple's stone dragon to attack the Cooper gang.
I'm the Great Stone Dragon! Good morning!
It shoots a fireball near Murray, causing him to jump off the cliff, and the dragon then grabs Penelope. General Sal proclaims his superiority to the Cooper family. Sly retorts by saying that it's not about the family name, but what you did with it. Sly uses the fireworks to fly up to the dragon and attack it until it releases Penelope. Yes, this is a dragon, and you may be wondering why I'm more okay with a dragon than I am with the Mask of Dark Earth. Well, honestly, I'm not entirely sure how to explain it. I think it might be because there was a giant water serpent in the first game, and this is kind of similar, but in the sky. Also, I'm inconsistent. I don't really like this fight because if Sly falls off, you have to run around trying to find another firework to get back up. Also, I hate the dragon's freaky chicken hands. Once the dragon is defeated, Sly paraglides Penelope down safely to the van.
I still win, Cooper. You might have stolen my treasure and thwarted my dragon, but I still have the bride. Gene King is mine.
General Sal had his wedding right on schedule. Everything was as he arranged, except the bride came as kind of a shock. Carmelita was a little disappointed it wasn't Sly she busted at the altar, although she probably didn't mind taking Sal into custody. He did, after all, plague the streets with the undead. The locals were happy to see him go. The gang dropped off Jin King with her aunt. The Panda King insisted that she'd be safe there, and that he needed to pay off his debt to the gang. Sly was still wary, but there was no denying that his skills would come in handy. Needless to say, they lived it up in the back streets of Shanghai. What kind of thieves would they be if they passed up on recreation like that? The gang got the message late one Saturday night. Dimitri was calling in the favour Sly promised him back in Holland. He'd gone ahead and booked the whole team passage under assumed identities to none other than Bloodbath Bay. Easily the most lawless town on earth. It's home to a group of cultural hermits who doggedly maintain the ways of their pirate forefathers. The cruise over gave them some time to get the rundown from Dimitri. His grandfather, Remy Lusseau, was a pioneer in deep-sea diving. He made a fortune looting undersea wrecks, although his luck ran short when a young cutthroat by the name of Black Spot Pete stole not only his loot, but his precious diving gear as well. A broken man, Remy retired from treasure hunting and eventually started a family. Dimitri, growing up on his grandfather's stories, dreamed of one day recovering the gear. So that was their task. They'd be called in to get their hands on this miraculous diving equipment. Not all bad, really. If things go their way, the team might get a frogman out of the deal, which Bentley figures will be a big help cracking the Cooper vault. That Bentley, always thinking.
Sly Cooper and the gang in... Dead men tell no tales.
Am I annoying to you when I do things?
Episode 5 is a very unique episode. A lot of the jobs that take place in Bloodbath Bay are very gimmicky, for a lack of a better word. Let's just say there's a severe lack of traditional platforming segments. In fact, half of the game feels very underutilized. As the gang has expanded, the game has struggled with maintaining a good balance of mission types. Sly 2 did a much better job in that regard, but there were only the 3 original members back then. I really wish there were more Sly-centric platforming sections, as they were always my favourite. Sly's movement and controls haven't really changed at all from the second game. He's still light on his feet, can jump and climb with ease, and is still wielding the family cane as a weapon. I guess it's kind of hard to improve on perfection. Out of all 3 of the original game members, Sly has changed the least, but this makes sense within the overall story of the trilogy. In Sly 1, he was a fledgling thief, and by the end of the game he had become a master thief, thanks to his gang and of course the Thievius Raccoonus. In Sly 2, we got to play as this master thief, and the controls were just fantastic. So in Sly 3, we are still playing as a master thief, but in different environments, and it is through the missions and locations as we will see most of the changes to the core gameplay loop. Upon arriving in Bloodbath Bay, Sly visits a local bar frequented by Black Spot Pete. He finds the aged pirate there and attempts to strike up a conversation with him about his treasure. Being an outsider, Sly is immediately shunned by Pete, who will only discuss his treasure with his shipmate Cantankerous Tim. Sly learns that Tim died when 3 of his shipmates mutinated on him. These 3 lieutenants then divided up Tim's treasure, including his clothes. Sly has to steal 3 pieces of clothing to make up a disguise. When going after the pirate with the hat, the game glitched a bit. Normally he's supposed to be up in the bird's nest, but for whatever reason he was down on the deck. Sly dresses in the get-up and goes back to speak with Black Spot Pete. With his sunburnt eyes, he mistakes Sly for his old shipmate. While Sly is eager to talk treasure with the old pirate, Pete challenges Sly to a round of vinegar talk first. It's another dialogue segment, but this time you have to use insults and you must make sure not to repeat any.
You are a cricket-sized, pus-faced piece of filth.
'Tis already been said, no pirate worth his salt would reuse an insult. It's a crime before nature.
Fuck. Sly learns that he buried his treasure along with the stolen diving gear of Remy Lusteau on Dagger Island. However, the treasure map has been stolen and is in the possession of Captain Lafouille.
What? What?
Who has locked it away in Skull Keep. The name Skull Keep sounds very menacing, like a hidden away lair or something, but it's actually just across the road. Definitely one of the downsides of having condensed hub worlds, but overall I think they are a good size. But Bloodbath Bay has some areas that are very underused and some that aren't used at all. I miss the clue bottles. Sly returns to the safe house with the information about the treasure map. Penelope and Bentley work together to locate the whereabouts of said treasure map.
Okay, Penelope, I'm in position with your hover spectrometer. I'll launch the device, and you scan for metal structures that resemble a safe or chest, anything the treasure map might be stored in.
Roger, Bentley. Let's light this candle.
Be still, my heart. She made an obscure NASA reference. Why do the girls always have to go for Sly? It's just not fair.
What was that? I didn't reach you.
Oh, nothing. I was just saying that we've got fair winds for liftoff. Let's do it!
During their time together, Bentley expresses that he is a bit jealous over Sly's abilities. Bentley and Sly are kind of opposites, but that is what makes them work so well together. And most importantly, they respect and care for each other. Never at any point in the series do you get the sense that they're trying to get one up on each other, and that's what makes the relationship between the characters such a joy to see. The writers could have so easily gone along with this little love triangle between Bentley and Penelope and Sly to create a bit of drama in the story, but they don't. They stay true to the characters, and the story is so much better off for it. Working together, they manage to find the location of the chest that holds the treasure map. They make their way up into Skull Keep.
The door here is locked, but you should be able to bomb the support to that upper walkway.
And have to take out a few of Lafouille's men.
This must be it. I've never seen a security chest so thick with traps.
I don't know. Looks pretty straightforward. If I had my spanner set, this would be a cinch.
Really? Let's head back to the safe house and get your tools.
I'd like to stay here if you don't mind and study it some more.
Sure, I'll be back in a flash.
Penelope successfully bypasses the traps and opens the chest, but gets blinded by some dust. Bentley uses his grapple can to rescue her, and they return to the safe house. Penelope thanks Bentley, and he checks if the dust has any lasting effects on her. How romantic. Now that the gang is in possession of the map, they set sail for the open sea. Sly and Bentley make good use of the rowboat to take out the harbour security. With the patrols no longer in operation, it will be a lot easier to borrow a boat. Forever. That's right, we get our own pirate ship to sail the open sea. Take that, Assassin's Creed 4. The Sly series did it first. But not better. The sailing mechanics feel a bit unfinished. No, that's not the right word. They feel very unrefined. Out on the sea, you control the ship with the left and right triggers. There are chests that you can collect that will give you coins. There will also be other ships sailing around. When you run into them, a ship battle will commence. Just like in the overworld, you use the right and left triggers to turn. The ship has cannons on both sides, and you want to try your best to line up the cannons with the enemy ship. To fire the cannons, Sly must run over and hit them. so you're simultaneously controlling Sly and the ship, which sounds like it would be confusing, but it's really not. Beware that enemy ships can also fire at you. If the ship springs a leak, the health bar will continuously deplete until you patch up the hole by running over and whacking it with the cane. When the enemy ship's health is low, you have the option to board the ship and fight the pirates on board. If you do this, you will earn more coins. But honestly, I never do this. I just sink them to the bottom and watch them all drown. The extra coins just aren't worth it. Their lives aren't worth the coins. Speaking of coins, this is the best place to farm coins to buy all of the gadgets off the thief net, which is great if you wait until episode 5 to buy most of the gadgets, but it sucks if you didn't. Up until this point, pickpocketing is where you'll earn the majority of the coins, but the problem with farming coins through pickpocketing is that it scales the amount you get for valuables depending on the episode. For example, you will earn significantly more coins from pickpocketing enemies in episode 5 than you do in episode 1. So even if you do a bunch of pickpocketing in early game, you will still find yourself falling behind in coins later on. The gang lands on Dagger Island, and with the map in hand, Sly must follow the instructions to find the buried treasure. This is a really cool mission type, and there is actually one treasure hunt you can do for each episode through the Master Thief challenges. These are bonus missions based on completed story missions. They have special conditions like time limits or starting with half health to make completing them a little bit more difficult. They are completely optional though, unless you're going for 100% completion of course. Some of the Master Thief challenges I really enjoy, specifically the treasure hunts and the platforming ones, but I don't like having to redo some of the other mission types, like driving that bloody RC car. Sly gives Dimitri the honour of opening the chest and is joyful to finally have his grandfather's scuba diving gear back in the family. Before they can take a peek of the rest of the treasure in the chest, LeFouy and his crew confront them, with Penelope in his hands. LeFouy then orders the gang to return to their ship and sacrifice the gold, unless they want to lose Penelope. With no other options, the gang decides to return to the ship. Bentley assures Penelope that they will save her. Clearly, the only goal at this point is saving Penelope. LeFouy's ship, the Death's Head, has sailed back to Bloodbath Bay, with her on board as captive. There is no way the gang will be able to sneak into the harbour. Even the backside of the island is inaccessible due to reefs. First, Dimitri put his new diving gear to use by salvaging some weapons from nearby shipwrecks. The extra firepower will be able to deal damage to the armor-enforced Death's Head. Diving is yet another new gameplay type, and once again it is very underutilized. But honestly, I don't really mind it for this one because I don't like it. Diving takes place in a first-person perspective with awkward controls. Well, it's not so much that the controls are bad, but you get so little time to get used to them, and by the time you do, the mission is over. Dimitri needs to collect some cannon blast amplification collars that have fallen off sunken ships. By placing them into the basket, the team is able to pull them up onto the ship. Now that they have the collars, they will need to fortify their gunpowder with some hammerhead shark bones. These sharks are attracted to yellow dart fish, therefore Dimitri needs to swim down below the reef and snag a couple. Catching these fish requires fast swimming. After grabbing 2 of the yellow fish, 5 hammerhead sharks will spawn. They will take 2 shots to kill and will charge at Dimitri. This is where the strafing maneuvers come in handy. And these are one of the controls that are really easy to mess up. Instead of using the analog sticks to move left or right, it is the left and right bumper buttons. It actually works really well, but damn if I kept messing it up. Next, the gang head into misty waters to seek the help of Crusher, a kraken. Though I don't think the game ever refers to it as a kraken, but that's basically what Crusher is. LeFouy's men greatly fear the beast, and it will be an immense help in the battle ahead. It's the penultimate episode, but it doesn't really feel like it. It feels more like a side story in a way, as it has so many gimmick moments. It just feels out of place for where it is within the overall story. I really think that a Cold Alliance should have been the 5th episode. Its themes would lead in better to the final episode, at least that's what I think. Sly, with the help of the Panda King's explosives, are able to pacify the beast enough for the Guru to bring him under his control. The gang fight through some of LeFouy's crew to make it back into Bloodbath Bay and start Operation Reverse Double Cross. The primary objective is to save Penelope, whose location at this point is unknown. The team suspects she might be either in Skull Keep or LeFouy's ship. They decide to approach LeFouy's ship carefully to avoid sinking it, as Penelope could be on board. Sly manages to get information from LeFouy, who reveals that Penelope is locked in irons on Skull Keep. Sly heads to Skull Keep, where he faces an ambush set by LeFouy. The plan backfires and Sly is caught in an explosion. Thankfully, Murray was able to rescue him. Bentley, navigating the boat, tries to escape Lafouille, but is spotted and his mast is shot down. Fortunately, the water is deep enough for Crusher to help Bentley. The beast then begins to fight off the pirates. Once Penelope is freed, Lafouille threatens Bentley to call off Crusher or he will kill her. Sly returns to confront Lafouille but is knocked overboard. Bentley pleads with the guru to save Sly from drowning. Penelope takes matters into her own hands.
Nobody touches that turtle but me.
Me pirate flower finally blooms, yet ye'd favor this cripple over me, the smartest man on the seven seas?
Oh, I do like smart guys. And he beat you at your own game. You tell me who's more intelligent.
Be still my heart and quick me blade. 'Tis time for a duel. You and I'll make the mating dance of death.
Lafouille is a very forgettable villain. Probably the most forgettable in the series. At least for me anyway. In fact, Sly 3 as a whole has the weakest lineup of villains. They have no connection to one another like in the last two games. The looming threat that was felt from Clockwork is not there. Yes, the gang is working towards overcoming Dr. M, but because Sly 3 is a flashback, it's not even clear if Dr. M even knows that the gang is attempting to get into the Cooper Vault, so it's not like he's trying to sabotage the gang's efforts or anything at this point. The Vault is more of a looming threat than Dr. M, but I think that is kind of the point. During the boss fight against Lafouille, you need to pay attention to Lafouille's attacks so you can dodge and counterattack at the correct moments. It is essentially a rhythm game hidden in a sword fight. It is quite fun and reminds me a bit of the Miss Ruby boss fight, which is another one that I really enjoyed. It's a nice touch that despite all of the efforts, it is Penelope who ends up rescuing herself. Lafouille was beat, outsmarted by the gang's own resident genius who'd done more than just rescue a team member. He'd won himself a girlfriend. It was nice to hear him talk. They'd have these conversations the rest of the team couldn't even follow. Far as Sly could tell, they were made for each other. Dimitri was in love too. The new diving gear had gone to his head. They were informed that he'll be the gang's new frogman for the Cooper Vault job. Not that any of them had even asked him. For the first time in recent memory, Carmelita didn't show up and cart everyone to jail. Oh well, they would have to send her a postcard. Sly would hate for her to feel left out. All these memories, they just brought Sly back to the same place, getting crushed to death in the fist of some genetics experiment gone wrong. Not the way Sly thought he'd go out. Shame, really. Now that they've got this big gang, more like a pack of misfits. Either way, they'd become a team. They had some real potential there. Could have pulled off some big jobs. They were so close. The door to the Cooper Vault was open, but that Dr. M, if there's any justice, he would get his. Sly just wished he had seen what was in there. A stockpile of his family's accomplishments. Would he have measured up? What would Sly contribute? Would his father have been proud of him or ashamed? Funny, but here Sly is at the end, and suddenly all he could think about is what a coward he'd been towards Carmelita. Never took the next step. Looking at Bentley and Penelope, it was clear what life is about. If Carmelita was here, he would tell her straight out how he felt and quit playing around, put their professional differences aside and see if they could make it work. But that'd never happen now.
Can't take this crushing. Just let the pain stop.
Sly Cooper and the gang in Honor Among Thieves.
And just when it looked like the Cooper line was about to come to an end, who better to show up to save the day than Carmelita Fox? She is by far the most overpowered character in the game, so it makes sense both thematically and gameplay wise that she will be the one to be able to take out the mutant. Up to this point, Carmelita is portrayed as a pretty straight-laced cop, apart from when it comes to Sly, of course.
You harpy witch! Why are the police invading my home?
I'm here to see that justice is done.
Justice? I'm the victim here, defending what's mine from thieves!
Looked to me like you were attempting to murder that man.
That man Please, you know this is Sly Cooper. You're as transparent as you are narrow-minded.
Cooper is a criminal. I'm here to bring him and all lawbreakers to justice.
I'm no lawbreaker. It was all self-defense.
First things first. Put Cooper down and we'll talk terms.
However, Dr. M orders his mutant to attack Carmelita, forcing her to escape on her boat. The mutant pursues them, but Dr. M decides to search for Sly's cane and leaves him for dead. Bentley and the others find Sly barely alive and rescue him. This final episode is structured the same as the prologue. There is no hard world to freely run around and explore. Instead, it flows from one mission to another as the gang once again attempts to gain entrance into the Cooper Vault. With Sly recovering from a mutant attack, Bentley, Dimitri, Penelope and the Guru try to figure out how to retrieve Sly's cane. The cane is attached to an electromagnetic buoy set up by Dr. M, making it difficult to approach. They realize that the metal parts on Dimitri's diving gear could magnetize him to the buoy, making the task even harder. The Guru proposes possessing a group of sharks to attack and destroy the buoy. Bentley agrees as the Guru has no metal equipment. With the Guru's help, they gather a group of sharks and drive them into a frenzy, successfully sabotaging the buoy. Unfortunately, the cane falls into the sea. Dimitri takes on the task of diving in to retrieve it.
I'll die, baby. I die for the love.
He encounters a strong current that he must navigate through. Eventually, he comes across Dr. M, who is using a mutant fish to protect the cane. Dimitri engages in a harpoon battle with the fish, successfully defeating it. However, Dr. M still manages to swim away with the cane. Dimitri returns to the ship empty-handed. Upon waking up, Sly meets Bentley and Penelope above deck and asks if Dimitri was able to retrieve his cane. Penelope informs him that Dr. M managed to steal it. Despite Sly's urgency to take action, Bentley advises him to wait, as confronting Dr. M and accessing the Cooper Vault is impossible with the missile turrets linked to the radar towers. Bentley and Penelope devise a plan to use her modified RC car to destroy the radar towers. Sly will now be able to take to the skies in his biplane. He successfully takes out the sensor banks of the 14 missile defense turrets. Fighters emerge from the ocean, but Sly manages to disable their shields and shoot them down. Then a whale fly appears, with Dr. M attached to it.
Alright, I have already lost the plot completely.
Sly is challenged by Dr. M, who claims to be the master of the sky. Sly attempts to attack him, but Dr. M counters with missile pods and defense systems. Sly, against all odds, paraglides onto the whale fly and confronts Dr. M.
Headstrong, just like your father.
You don't know anything about me or my father.
Really? Who let you in on the secret of this place, eh? Was it my old pal McSweeney, perhaps?
McSweeney works for you? This was all a setup to get the cane.
No, my boy. Once upon a time, he and I worked together for your dear old dad.
My father wouldn't have run with a guy who'd try to steal from the Cooper Vault, let alone attempt to kill his son.
Time does strange things to people. Just look at the real leader of your gang, Bentley.
Whatever. We're friends. Equals.
Then why is it called the Cooper Gang, you self-centered egomaniac?
That's enough. Time to meet the past.
He contacts Bentley and urges him and Murray to join him inside the vault. The Panda King equips the Cooper van with rockets, launching it up to the entrance. Murray drives the van inside, followed by Sly, as they prepare to enter the vault together. Once inside the Cooper Vault, Bentley and Murray are in awe. Sly informs them that he must proceed alone. Bentley understands and encourages Sly to go ahead since the vault was made for him. Bentley and Murray decide to stay behind and hold down the fort. Just like the player was put to the test with all the gang members to get into the vault, now it is time for the player to start the ultimate platforming challenge, and so begins the largest platforming section in the entire Sly Trilogy. As Sly makes his way through, he will be tested with each of his ancestors who added their skills to the Thievius Raccoonus. What seems like it should be a triumphant moment feels more foreboding than anything. Like Sly has to go through all these trials and tribulations just to prove something to a bunch of dead guys he doesn't even really know. One of the main criticisms levied towards Sly 3 is the lack of focus on the main character Sly, which if you just look at it on the surface is true, but if you take in the entire Sly series as a whole, it is very clear that this game is about Sly. At the beginning of Sly 1, we find out that Sly comes from a long line of master thieves, and like his father before him, he wants to take up this mantle. But before he could inherit the Thievius Raccoonus and all the knowledge held within, his mother and father were killed. He was made an orphan and was unable to walk in his father's footsteps, at least in the more traditional sense. We never really learn much about his father, aside from the fact that he was a master thief. We have no idea if he was a good person or not. We don't even know if Sly knew what his father was like. At the start of the series, it was very easy to assume that he was like Sly, a bit cocky but overall a good person that wants to do right by his friends and family. Dr. M is the villain, so we have to take what he says with a grain of salt, but it does make you think that maybe Sly's dad isn't who we assumed him to be. Like, doesn't it seem weird that the loot that the Cooper gang gets is kept in a Cooper vault that only a Cooper can open? Isn't that extremely unfair? What about the other members? Honestly, I'd be a bit pissed too. Sly 1 and 2 have framed the idea of being a master thief as a positive thing, that this is what Sly is meant to do, and could use these skills to solve all of his problems, when in reality, the legacy of the Cooper family was the catalyst for a lot of these problems. The Fiendish Five was led by Clockwork, an enemy inherited from his ancestors. The incident with the Claw Gang cost Bentley his legs and psychologically scarred Murray, and it was all to stop the reincarnation of Clockwork, which again didn't really have anything to do with Sly or his friends. And now there is Dr. M, someone who feels slighted by the Cooper legacy, and why wouldn't he? He does make a good point, that the Cooper fortune shouldn't just be reserved for the Cooper line. Just because it's tradition doesn't make it right. Dr. M tries to project these ideas onto Bentley, asking if he too feels slighted by his friend Sly. This thought does weigh on Bentley's mind. When guarding the entrance to the vault, he even asks Murray if he feels like he plays second fiddle to Sly.
No way! Sly's cool! We're all in this together!
Sure, we're all here, but are we equal? Who went into the vault? Sly. By himself.
Watch out!
Dr. M's goons? They must have forced the door after we opened the lock.
Think of it this way, Bentley. If it were you in that vault and Sly and I were out here, what would he do?
Stop these thugs and protect his friend.
Right, and that's what I'm gonna do. Keep your head down, stay clear. I'm gonna smash a lot of skulls, and I don't want yours to be one of them.
The way Murray and Bentley act towards Sly and are willing to sacrifice for him tells you all you need to know about Sly as a person. The Cooper gang has become Sly's family, and a lot of the bad stuff that has happened to them is a result of them leading this lifestyle of thieves, only enjoying small reprieves and continuously on the run. From the very beginning of the series, Sly wanted to be a master thief and follow in his family's footsteps. What he needs to do is to forge his own way, a better way, for the sake of his friends and family. Sly eventually arrives at his father's challenge, and after a moment of reflection, he realizes that his father's move was one that was never placed in the Thievius Raccoonus. The laser slide allows Sly to slide across laser beams as if they were solid. With this newfound ability, Sly navigates the final part of the gauntlet and arrives at a massive door leading to the inner sanctum. As he enters, he can't help but wish that his friends were here with him. Sly enters the inner sanctum and faces off against Dr. M. A fierce battle ensues as Dr. M utilizes his contraption to fly above the lasers, firing at Sly while he skillfully avoids the attacks. Sly uses his cane to grab onto Dr. M's contraption, leading to a showdown on the center platform. As their intense battle nears its end, Sly manages to push Dr. M to the brink of defeat. In a surprising moment, Sly attempts to reason with him, emphasizing that not all Coopers are inherently bad. He uses his close bond with Bentley as an example of how genuine friendship can exist among Coopers. Dr. M appears perplexed, admitting that he and Connor Cooper were never close friends. Sly responds by highlighting that each Cooper is unique, even if they share the same bloodline. He tries to show Dr. M that judging an entire clan based on one person's action is unfair and misguided. And that right there is the essence of what Sly's journey throughout the series is about. Learning that Sly is himself before anyone's descendant, and that it's okay to let go and move on to something new. And just as it had been many times before, it is Carmelita Fox that comes to the rescue, helping Sly out of the trouble he had gotten himself into. Sly and Carmelita's relationship has never been at the forefront of the series' narrative, but it has always been there, weaved through the many characters' dialogues and small interactions between heists. I think this is why it works so well. It's not in your face, it's just implied, like everybody just knows, you know?
Hold it right there! Both of you thieves are going to jail.
Nice to see you, gorgeous.
You too.
Oh, a love interest. I might be beaten, but I'll make you suffer.
Not her!
No one hurt my criminal.
Unfortunately, during my playthrough, this fight kind of glitched out and ruined the climax. First off, when Sly landed the final blow, Dr. M got stuck upside down. At first I thought it just looked funny, and it seemed that the rest of the scene was going to play out as usual. However, when playing as Carmelita, I quickly realised that I couldn't kill Dr. M, because the game already thought he was dead. So I did the only logical thing and tried to kill Carmelita, but that too proved to be an impossible task. She was just stuck down in a dark void forever. Yeah, so the build up to the climax was ruined, and I had to start the final boss fight again. Luckily, I've played this game so many times that it was just funny to me, but man, if this were to happen to someone on their first playthrough, that would really suck.
What happened?
Sly?
Where are we? What is this place?
Sly, can you remember anything?
No. Who are you? You look familiar.
I'm Inspector Carmelita Montoya Fox.
And who am I?
You're my partner, Constable Cooper.
Well, partner, we'd better get out of here. The ceiling's gonna go. Haven't got much time.
Let's go.
Sly! You in here? Sly?
They watched as Dr. M just stood there, unwilling to leave as the wolves caved in on the vault. He spent his life lusting over the Cooper fortune, and he wasn't going to give it up, no matter what the cost. The gang's exit was a little rough, but Murray managed to get them out just in time to witness the final fate of the Cooper legacy. It was a bittersweet moment. The end of the road always is. Bentley and Murray both looked on, lost in their thoughts, thinking back on all the adventures that had brought them here, the people they'd met, and the places they'd seen. They'd worked for a long time to get Sly into that vault, and now its secrets were hidden again, this time for good. Bentley only hoped that Sly found what he was looking for in there. They searched every inch of the island for Sly, retrieving the gang one by one, only to make a surprising discovery that he didn't want to be found. As always, he'd left a calling card, only this time it was worth millions. The months rolled by, and when Sly still hadn't shown up, Murray headed back east to complete his training with the Guru. Without Sly as their leader, for the first time they each had to step out on their own, a difficult thing. They'd been together ever since they'd met at the orphanage. To this day, Murray and Bentley are still close. Recently, Murray had been trying to break into the pro racing circuit, stock fan class. Things are looking good. He's got a talent for living through crashes other people would have found fatal. Just always bounces clear. And of course there's Penelope, Bentley's new partner in crime. He's in love. Penelope and Bentley have set out on a journey that he never would have dreamt up while running with Sly and Murray, although he hopes their paths will cross again soon. So while this might be the end of their adventures together, it could be the start of something even bigger. Time will tell. Literally. Because Bentley is building a time machine to find out. Sucker Punch did leave Sly 3 with an open ending, but I don't think they ever intended to continue the series themselves. 6 years later, Thieves in Time was officially announced, and like many others, I was absolutely ecstatic. I was always hopeful for the continuation of one of my favourite franchises, but back then I was younger and dumber, and never really appreciated how well Sucker Punch wrapped up the trilogy. I didn't know what I was asking for. I think Sanzaru Games made a mistake by making the 4th game about Sly, because his story was finished. As much as I would have loved for Sucker Punch to continue on with the Sly series, it ended perfectly and ended on their terms. The developers were ready to move on, and so they did, creating the infamous franchise and the excellent Ghost of Tsushima. But they never forgot Sly, and neither will I.
That sneaky devil.